Awesome. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our regular County Council meeting on Thursday, June 11th, 2026. I would like to call this meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. I will start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. We are at the approval of the agenda portion of our agenda, and are there any additions, deletions, or changes? Thank you. Please go ahead, CAO.
Madam Chair, under items added, we'd like appointment of inspectors, and the RFD was sent out to council.
Okay.
And then we've got 3 items for closed session, if council would allow. Section 29(1), Rochester Library, Section 29(1), Alpac Bridge, and Section 28(1), meeting with Summer Village of Mawatha Beach.
Okay, thank you. Was there another one with regards to a letter?
I can't recall, Madam Chair. We can add one.
Yes, I do have that one. I wrote that one down as well.
Okay.
Advice from officials.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so the original one you mentioned was an inspection.
Yeah, appointment of inspectors on the Ag Service Board Act.
Okay.
And we had sent out an email with that, I believe.
Okay,
Oh, we didn't? Okay. We've handed out the RFD.
okay. So that will be items added, appointment of inspector. So that will be 10.1.
Correct.
Okay. And then with regards to the other ones, if we can move 13.1 that's originally on your agenda down to the bottom, we'll take 13.1 as the Rochester, I'm sorry, it's 29.1 ATI. 13.2 will be the advice from officials, I'm assuming 29.1 Alpac.
Correct.
And the 13.3 will be the meeting intermunicipal.
With Summer Village of Mawatha Beach.
Okay, and then 13 point, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, the letter, I believe it was Water Commission.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just make those numbers different here. 13.1, 13.2, 3, 4, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so 13.5. All right. So I think everybody got those, if I'm not mistaken. Are there any other additions, deletions, or changes? Okay, we'll go around the room here now and check with council to see which items they would wish to debate. From what I understand, we have 2.1, 3.1, 3.2, 6.1, 7.1, 8.4, 9.2, pardon me, and all of closed session items 13.1 through 13.5.
10.1.
10.1. Thank you. Inspectors, yes.
9.1.
9.1. Okay. Okay, I think we also need to do 8.3, pardon me. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna run through those again. 2.1, 3.1, 3.2, 6.1, 7.1, 8.3, 8.4, 9.1, 9.2, 10.1, and all of closed session items 13.1 through 13.5. Oh, please go ahead.
8.1, please.
8.1 as well. Okay. Does everybody have that? And motion? Okay, Councillor Chamzik would like to go ahead and move that we approve the agenda as amended. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? Awesome, 9.0, thank you. No, thank you so much. Oh, goodness. Okay. So we are now moving to our next item on our agenda, which is 3.1. This is the public hearing for bylaw 017-2026, which is the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan. All right. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 017-2026 for the purpose of repealing the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan and amendments. I'm Tracy Holland, Reeve of Athabasca County and Division 5 Counselor, and I will be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you all here today. Before we begin, I would also like to take a moment for introductions of those councillors present, and I will begin on my right.
Good morning, everyone. Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Highland Lake area.
Good morning. Welcome to the hearing. My name is Ken Stasiak. I'm Division 1 down in the Rochester area.
Good morning, I'm Cody Callahoo, elected in Division 9, so north of the river area.
Good morning, it's Brian Hall, elected in Division 4, Southwest Athabasca.
Good morning, Natasha Kapitaniak, Division 2, elected for New Pine Creek, Minnook, and Collington.
Kelly Chamsick, Grassland, Atmore, Crossfita areas.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3. So I have the Boyle, Elscott, Caslin area.
Good morning, Jack DeHolick, Division 6, which is the Alpac Wandering River area. Good morning.
Awesome, thank you. We also have our Secretary of the Public Hearing, which is Bob Beck, who is also the CAO of Athabasca County. Also joining us from administration is our Recording Secretary, Leah Blair, our Communications Staff, Angela Kazmerschuk, the Director of Community and Protective Services, Krista Wilkinson, and our Planning and Development Manager, Diane Coucher. Any persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and are wishing to be heard, please give your full name now.
Sherry Heschuk.
Thank you, Sherry. Is there anyone else? Okay, and in person, was anyone else joining the meeting here in person that would like to speak this morning? Okay. Sherry, I'm just going to add Sherry to our sheet so I have that. There we go. Awesome. Thank you. The public hearing for bylaw 017-2026 is now open. I will now turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of this hearing.
The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chairperson. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: A, Manager of Planning and Development, Diane Cloutier, will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you very much. Before hearing from the public, I would ask Ms. Cloutier to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. The purpose of this hearing is to hear submissions from anyone present, from any persons, group, or persons representing them who claim to be affected by the proposed adoption of bylaw 17-2026 and who has complied with the procedures outlined by council. The background and previous council decision is that on March 26, 2026, council moved the following resolutions. Moved by Councillor that bylaw 17-2026 be given first reading for the purpose of repealing the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan number 3, 1980 and amendments. And moved by Councillor Mintz to direct administration to schedule and advertise the public hearing on June 11th, 9:30 a.m. for bylaw 17-2026 for the purpose of repealing the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan and amendments. In accordance with policy 6.4 of the Baptiste Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan between Athabasca County and the summer villages of South Baptiste, Sunset Beach, West Baptiste, and Whispering Hills, on May 1st, a letter was sent to the summer villages providing notice of today's public hearing. A notice of the public hearing was placed in the May 26th and June 2nd edition of the Town and Country newspaper and on the county's website beginning May 25th, 2026. Also on May 25th, as per the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, referrals to adjacent landowners will sent letters. And all those letters, or all the landowners identified in the plan area, which is map 1 of bylaw 3 1980, were sent letters. A total of 270 were mailed. Agencies who may have an interest in the plan area, as well as Athabasca County's planning and development, agricultural, infrastructure, and enforcement services were sent copies of the notice. The deadline for submissions was noon yesterday, June 10th, and a submission registry was prepared and circulated to council via email. Just to give a little background on where we are today, on March 11th, 1980, council adopted bylaw 3 1980 being the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan. Between 1982 and 1999, council adopted 11 amendments to the bylaw, and these are listed in Schedule A of bylaw 17, 2026. On August 29th, 2019, bylaw 3, 2019 was adopted, which is the county's current municipal development plan. On September 14th, 2021, council adopted bylaw 20, 2021, being the intermunicipal development plan with the summer villages of South Baptiste, Sunset Beach, West Baptiste, and Whispering Hills. The county's land use bylaw does not speak to repeal bylaws. And Section 6 of the municipal development plans provide guidelines for country residential development in Athabasca County. Specifically, 6.1 subsection F notes that when evaluating a subdivision or development proposal, the approving authority shall have regard for whether the proposed subdivision or development would alter or permanently damage a permanent wetland. To confirm this at the time of application, the approval authority can request subsequent reports such as an environmental impact assessment, a biophysical assessment, preliminary servicing studies, utility servicing plan, and a stormwater management plan. Section 7 of the municipal development plan provides guidelines for administration when considering applications for multi-lot subdivisions. And specifically 7.4 notes that an area structure plan or conceptual plan must be prepared to support any amendments to redistrict to a country residential for the purpose of multi-lots. When preparing an area structure plan, the applicant is required to include studies and reports that confirm the proposal does not negatively impact the adjacent lands, including water bodies. Section 8 of the municipal development plan guides lakeshore development, and Baptiste Lake is considered a major lake. Policy 8.4 lists conservation design requirements to mitigate potential negative impacts on environmentally sensitive lands and requires a development setback of 30 meters, which is 98.4 feet from the lake shoreline.
Awesome, thank you very much. And so people are aware that is in our agenda package, page 5 and 6, item 3.1. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? All right. Ms. Cloutier, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Madam Chair, there has been, and the registry of submissions has been properly redacted and emailed to council, as well as copies provided this morning to you and copies provided to members of the public joining us.
Okay, thank you. Would council like these items read into the record? Yes, okay. If you could please read these items into the record.
May 27, 2026, from third-party request to whom it may concern. Apex Utilities Incorporated has no objections to the proposed bylaw described in the file mentioned above. Please notify Utility Safety Partners to arrange for a field location should excavation be required within the described area. We wish to advise that any relocation of existing facilities will be at the expense of the developer, and payment of contributions required for new gas facilities will be the responsibility of the developer. From Logan Jameson on behalf of Land Services. Hello, Fortis Alberta has no concerns with the proposed amendments. Please contact 310 Wire for electrical services, or if working within 8 meters of our facility, to arrange for an on-site safety orientation. May 28th, 2026, to Mayor and Council. We are writing regarding the proposed repeal of the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan under Bylaw 17/2026. As property owners with an interest in the future of Baptiste Lake area, we would appreciate greater clarity regarding the purpose and long-term implications of repealing the current area structure plan. We understand planning documents may need updating over time. However, we are concerned about how this repeal could affect future development, environmental protection, shoreline management, infrastructure demands, RV use, and the overall character of the lake area. In particular, we would appreciate clarification on the following. What policies or planning documents will replace the current ASP? Will subdivision density or development regulations change? Will environmental and shoreline protection remain in place? How will water quality and infrastructure capacity be protected as future development occurs? Will the repeal affect current or future rules regarding RV use, seasonal camping, or placement of recreation vehicles on private property? Are there anticipated changes to enforcement or permitting requirements related to RVs and temporary occupancy? How does this repeal align with the existing intermunicipal development plan for Baptiste Lake? What opportunities will residents and landowners have for future input? Baptiste Lake is an important recreation and residential area, and we believe long-term planning decisions should carefully balance growth, environmental stewardship, and the interest of existing property owners. We respectfully request that council provide clear communication regarding the intent of this repeal and future planning vision for the area before making a final decision. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, William and Brenda Stanchuk. From Circulations on June 2nd, thank you for including TELUS in your circulation. At this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activity regarding Jalen Perkson. On June 8th, a message from Infrastructure Services that infrastructure has no objections. On June 8th, a message from Ryan. How do you say his name? Or from Egg Services. Egg has reviewed the ASP. Only concerns coming from Egg would be the excessive subdivision of Egg lands into rec properties, which would diminish the egg land base in the area and increase the potential conflict between egg producers and rec people. Most people are respectful of private land, but there could be potential conflict of trespass on unfenced and increased density of private dwellings. I don't have any objections, just would like to present my concerns. On June 8th, from Mr. Chalapé, no concerns from Fire Enforcement Services. We would like to advocate for Fire Smart in future MDP updates. On June 9th, from Robert Holmberg, dear members of Council of Athabasca County, concerning bylaw 17/2026, repeal of the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan and amendments. From what I understand about this matter is that council approved a new plan but neglected to repeal the old plan. If this is true, please correct me if I'm wrong, then I have no objections of this is just an error/oversight that has to be corrected. The notice of this repeal was disconcerting. And as I, like many other landowners in the area, am not familiar with how bylaws are handled and discussed. It took some time to try and understand the situation. In the future, I suggest that you state the objectives and implications, such as changes in a simple language to avoid taxpayers' confusion and wasted time. Sincerely, Robert Holmberg of Baptiste Lake. On June 10th from Kendra Gilbert. Please see attached letter to be included in the June 11th public meeting for area structure plans for both Baptiste and Island Lake. I will follow up with a PDF version. June 10th, 2026, to Athabasca County Council, care of Chief Administrative Officer, Athabasca County Administrative Office. Written submission for public hearing, proposed repeal of the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 17/2026, and Island Lake Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 19/2026. Dear Athabasca County Council, on behalf of the Baptiste and Island Lake Stewardship Society, thank you for providing the opportunity for public input regarding the proposed repeal of the Baptiste Lake and Island Lake Area Structure Plans. As stewardship organizations, BAILS exists to support the long-term health and sustainability of our lakes through education, stewardship, communication, collaboration, and community engagement. Over the past 2 years, our organization has revisited its goals and strategies through planning discussions, mapping exercises, intermunicipal dialogue, and ongoing conversations with residents, municipalities, partner organizations, and recreational lake users. Consistently, the themes that continue to emerge are education, communication, collaboration, relationship building, public engagement, and stewardship. From a stewardship perspective, BAILS recognizes the planning framework evolve over time and must adapt by changing legislation, development patterns, and community needs. At the same time, we distinguish between a document becoming outdated as a planning instrument and the stewardship principles, local knowledge, community investment, and collaborative vision contained within that document losing their value. The original area structure plans for Baptiste Lake and Island Lake were intended to be living documents. They evolved through amendments, reflect changing circumstances, and captured lake-specific considerations developed through public engagement, intermunicipal collaboration, and long-term stewardship thinking. The language may be old, the stewardship principles are not. Many of those principles continue to be reflected today through the work of municipalities, stewardship organizations, watershed planning initiatives, municipal planning efforts, and residents who continue to care and advocate for the long-term health of our lakes. Many of the stewardship principles contained within the original ASPs continue to be reflected in subsequent watershed management, municipal planning, and stewardship initiatives undertaken through the region. As discussions move forward, BAILS encourages consideration of the value contained within these documents and how their stewardship principles, local knowledge, history, context, and lake-specific insights can continue to inform planning discussions. We also recognize that planning documents do not exist in isolation. Area structure plans, intermunicipal development plans, municipal development plans, and land use bylaws each serve different purposes and can complement each other. Discussions to date have also highlighted that options may exist beyond a simple repeal, including opportunities to review, amend, update, or otherwise build upon a work already contained within these plans. As such, we encourage thoughtful consideration on how the strengths of these original ASP documents can continue to support lake stewardship, community well-being, and long-term planning objectives moving forward. We believe this discussion also presents an opportunity for continued relationship building between Athabasca counties, the summer villages, stewardship organizations such as BAILS, residents, recreational users, and community partners. Public engagement is not simply a requirement of a process. It is one of the ways communities build trust, share knowledge, hear concerns, understand history, and work together towards long-term solutions that reflect both community values and stewardship goals. Over the past several years, BAILS has intentionally focused on strengthening relationships, improving communication, encouraging education, and fostering collaboration among municipalities, stewardship organizations, residents, recreational users, and community partners. Through intermunicipal meetings, watershed discussions, stewardship initiatives, community engagement efforts, and continued representation of the stewardship sector through the Athabasca Watershed Council, one theme has surfaced repeatedly: the importance of preserving and sharing knowledge. Many current residents and recreation users were not present during these documents when these documents were originally created. Many lake properties have changed hands over the years, bringing new residents and new perspectives while also creating the potential for local history and knowledge to be lost. As Bales members review the information available through the current process, one observation that emerged was the importance of ensuring historical context is fully understood and accessible. For example, the summer villages of White Gull, incorporated in 1983, appears to be absent from much of the historical context presented to date. This may simply be an oversight. However, it reinforces the importance of preserving historical context and local knowledge as future planning decisions are considered. Yet the history, lessons learned, successes, challenges, and stewardship values contained within these documents remain part of the story of these lakes. We see value in ensuring that knowledge is not lost, but rather carried forward, shared, revisited, and used to help inform future decisions. If something has guided conservations around these lakes for more than 4 decades and inspired generations of residents, volunteers, municipality, and stewardship organizations to care for the lakes, we believe it is worth understanding that should be carried forward before deciding what should be left behind. Healthy lakes contribute not only to environmental sustainability, but also to recreation, community identity, connection, and overall well-being. The decisions made today will help shape how future generations experience, enjoy, and care for these lakes. Bales has not taken a position on whether the existing area structure plan should remain unchanged. We do, however, believe stewardship organizations have a role to play in ensuring lake-specific knowledge, community history, and long-term stewardship perspectives remain part of the conservation as future planning decisions are considered. Rather, we encourage consideration of how the stewardship principles, lake-specific knowledge, history, collaborative vision, and public investment reflect within these plans can continue to be recognized and incorporated within whatever planning framework ultimately moves forward, while recognizing and building upon the planning work that has already taken place. We also recognize that many residents have expressed concerns regarding timelines, access to information, and opportunity for engagement. As a stewardship organization committed to public engagement and one that continually emphasizes the importance of communication, collaboration, education, and relationship building, we see this moment as an opportunity to continue strengthening connections between Athabasca County, the summer villages, stewardship organizations, residents, and recreational users. At the heart of meaningful engagement is ensuring people feel heard, informed, and included in conversations that affect the places they care deeply about. As this discussion has evolved, so too has our understanding of the questions being raised by residents, lake users, municipalities, and stewardship organizations. What began as a stewardship-focused review of the proposed ASP repeals has increasingly highlighted the importance of historical context, amendment history, and public understanding of how these planning documents have evolved over time. At the heart of a meaningful engagement is ensuring people feel heard, informed, and included in conversation that affects the places that they care deeply about. For these reasons, we believe it is in the best interest of all parties to hit the pause button on the repeal process until this missing information can properly compiled and shared. We see this moment as an opportunity to continue strengthening connections between Athabasca County, the summer villages, stewardship organization, residents, and recreational users. Respectfully submitted, Kendra Gilbert on behalf of Bales Board of Directors and President of Bales Baptiste and Island Lake Stewardship Organization. On June 10th, from Kevin Paskowitz. Concerns regarding passing of bylaw 17/2026 Schedule A, 1982-6, allow redesignation and increase maximum of lots to 6. 1987-38, increasing number of parcels per quarter section or of land to 4. 1987-3, redesignation of land to Lakeshore Residential. 1991-3, redesignation of land to Lakeshore Residential. 1994-6, redesignation of land to Lakeshore Residential. 1996-8, allowing additional residential subdivision and development. 1999-10, allowing additional residential subdivision and development. Before any additional residential subdivisions be approved, will there be or have there been any environmental or infrastructure studies done? Can the county support and maintain sufficient road maintenance, fire protection, policing, school busing, transfer waste stations? Will there be building restrictions regarding mobile homes versus fixed structures in subdivisions? Can Baptiste Lake handle more population or is it at capacity? Environmental and wildlife impact. My family has property at Baptiste Lake for 60 years and have been in change and have seen it change immensely. I would like to hope that we can control overpopulation and be mindful as to not destroy the wildlife environment. Sincerely, Kevin Paskowitz. I'm almost done. June 10th, from Sherry Heschuk. Thanks again for sharing the information on item 3.1 for the upcoming June 11th public hearing and repeal of the bylaws for Baptiste Lake and Island Lake, or Baptiste and Island Lakes. My letter from July 17, 2024 is attached to this email. Please have the contact redacted for any privacy protection for information regarding Section 60 of the MGA Act. This is to confirm my request for feedback on municipalities available whose land use bylaws for their activity, including recreational and services available, are included in the attached document. The Watershed Management Plan, WMP, was approved in 2019 and is written in the bylaw for Summer Village South Baptiste bylaw on May 28, 2024. The attached link also includes information was addressed by local stakeholders and informally at our SVSB April 11th, 2024 public hearing regarding land use bylaws and amendments to apply the Baptiste and Island Lake Watershed Management Plan to the policy 6.4.9 requirements and considerations to be added to bylaw 1-2024 new land use bylaw 6.4.9. Where subdivision is proposed on land adjacent to Baptiste Lake, a watercourse or wetland reserve shall be required as a condition of subdivision approval as provided for in the act. When determining the width and size of environmental reserve, the following shall be taken into consideration. Recommendations by a qualified professional and/or B riparian setback matrix model RSMM and/or the government of Alberta stepping back from the water, a beneficial management practice guide for new development near water bodies in Alberta settled region. D, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas recommended guidelines for minimum environmental reserve easement widths and/or recommendation in the Baptiste and Island Lake Watershed Management Plan. September 20, 2024. From Sherry Heschuk. Hi, I've been taking action on the receipt of this email in the Ombudsman's office. I had made an inquiry and a complaint to the Ombudsman and asked about appealing to the municipal governments on section 60, subsection 1 of the water bodies. The section wasn't included and an answer from Alberta Auditor General's recommendation was made available on July 2024. Whether it was because they have not received any reference on the AEP or other tools to help operations minimize disturbance in watersheds, or if there are under the AER regulatory bodies any regulations, assurance for water bodies that would benefit greatly from knowledge of these issues. Recently, the action taken to implement reservoirs is their UCP's only implemented plans as part of their efforts to reduce water shortage. Please consider contacting the Executive Engagement and Communications for Auditor General Cheryl Schneider about how the extreme heat has caused so much loss of water in the boreal rivers and lakes, and that all surface water has not been addressed at all. See my email sent to their Executive Engagement of Communications for the Alberta Auditor General. Sincerely, Sherry Heschuk. And on August 29th, 2024, from Sherry Heschuk. Good morning, Executive Engagement and Communications for Auditor General. Cheryl, my request to have more information and updates on the water bodies, Section 6 of the Municipal Government Act has been unanswered by many municipalities and administrative departments, as well as the Municipal Affairs Department of the Alberta government. I would like an interpretation of the bodies of water, Section 60, and if the auditor, Doug Wiley himself, has other concerns regarding the recommendations for our future water uses. The press release on July 12th and report were timely as a result of lack of compliance with these water conservation concerns. My letters were made available to my local municipality and Athabasca County and their mayor and CAO as early as April 9th. In early September 2023, I sent a letter request for confirmation of the Lake Watershed Management Plan, which would be in the land development bylaw, to my local CAO for Summer Village South Baptiste in regard to lake monitoring. In particular, this summer, the lakes in the north are currently experiencing drought conditions and lake levels that are very low, as well as the community have been working with their administrators, as these are lakes that have been issues with drought in the past that again have not been addressed. The potential that invasive species were also being a major concern when health and environmental issues will continue on as the result of lack of any response by the recent impacts from wildfires and the extreme heat. I've attached the case number 24-03405, which included these concerns and whether there is possible reference to how we proceed with monitoring, and was recommended in the key findings for public reporting on surface water. This was one of the key findings provided in the Surface Water Management Treasury Board and Finance Environment and Protected Areas report of the Auditor General report of the Auditor General. Consequences, if not taken action, the lack of public information on key aspects of surface water management, such as water usage and allocation at broader basins and sub-basin levels, hinders accountability, transparency, and informed decision-making, page 13. Please confirm receipt of this email if there are any updates from the Alberta government, as I am interested in how this will be addressed. Thank you for sending feedback, and I appreciate the access to these water conservation issues. Sincerely, Sherry Heschuk. In close response to appeals to the MGA on the water bodies, section 60, subsection 1, which is currently not included in many land use bylaws in Alberta for lakes. On Wednesday, August 28th, from Info OMB, case 24-03405. Good morning, Sherry. Thank you again for writing to our office and for the additional information you provided. It is evident you are a strong advocate for the water conservation and quality in Alberta, and I'm impressed by the connections you have made with several nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups. I've reviewed your submission and the response you reviewed from Athabasca County CAO Bob Beck, dated August 12, 2024. While I recognize the response was brief and did not address your water-related concerns, I also acknowledge that CAO was acting on the direction from County Council. In your submissions, you refer to Section 60 of the Municipal Government Act, which states bodies of water subject to any other enactment. A municipality has the direction, control, and management of the bodies of water within a municipality, including the airspace above and ground below. You believe this section means that a municipality must monitor and protect the water. Another interpretation is that a municipality has control over water bodies to manage as they choose in keeping with their budget and other properties. I recognize you are asking for support to encourage the council of your Summer Village and the surrounding communities to take a more proactive measure regarding water quality. Unfortunately, the ombudsman cannot assist you in advocating for a cause. Our office looks at the fairness and final decision and cannot get involved in any ongoing matter. For these reasons, I have found no further role for the ombudsman's office. My best suggestion for you is at this time to continue working with the advocacy groups towards your goal of better water quality in Alberta lakes and rivers. I have now closed your case. However, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me by telephone or by email. Sincerely, Lindsay Zellinger.
July 17th, 2024. The Municipal Government Act is a legislated framework in which all municipalities must operate and is one of the most significant and far-reaching statutes in Alberta. The Municipal Government Act awards municipalities more control over the day-to-day governance, which grants them more power and control over the environment that includes bodies of water in which, pursuant to Section 60 of the current MGA, subject to any other enactment, a municipality has the direction, control, and management of bodies of water within the municipality, including the airspace above and the ground below. No other legislation uses the same language as the MGA in conferring authority for the direction, control, and management of Alberta's water resources, headwaters to important major rivers. Municipalities are systematically ignoring Section 60 of the MGA during land use decisions and other municipal decisions, resulting in negative impacts to the natural functions of bodies of water and the quality and quantity. I am sending this as the public hearing and the third reading of bylaw 03/2010. The former Summer Village of South Baptiste land use bylaw took place on April 11th, 2024. On a provincial scale, the responsibility of the CAO is to ensure information about those cumulative impacts to bodies of water. As well, when presenting before council and their decision to make land improvements, CAOs are under a duty to disclose truth. The failure to conduct proper assessments of impacts to bodies of water that include but are not limited to lake shores results in the widespread suppression of material facts. This conduct results in the community not being apprised of these material facts to aid in procuring the adoption of a measure, motion, or resolutions impacting water bodies in Alberta. In Alberta, there are few, if any, appeal options for land use decisions. If criteria are not met, there is an option to take a matter before Court of King's Bench, but this is at great expense to any individual ratepayer and to the public at large. Any invalidation of bylaws by the authority development officer or failure to address Section 60 of the MGA does not resolve the issue of cumulative impacts to bodies of water by municipalities, such as the case of the Lake Management Plan for Baptiste Lake. The assessment or handbook, which is used by many municipalities, was not provided as a reference to this land use bylaw. However, the Lake Management Plan was provided to the council prior to these meetings with the request of the residents of Summer Village of South Baptiste. Please reply to this request as to ensure, one, that matters will be addressed in future municipal proceedings required to safeguard the state of watersheds indicators and other concerns for riparian assessments in an oversight by all accounts. See page 36, 3.4.2 riparian health assessments in the guide to reporting on common indicators used in state of the watershed reports, and the land management plan be provided to guide all decisions regarding water direction and control of the shorelines and the riparian health during identified time periods using cow and fish health assessment categories is available and also updated for a length of no less than 5 years. Number two, implementation of the water management plan will contribute to the following: identifying and protecting lake values, promoting community discussion and action, knowledge building of both residents and visitors. For any information, the policy for Athabasca County has a lakeshore management areas policy, which could be accessed by South Village of South Baptiste residents and other stakeholders. Definitive direction must be given to municipalities in respect to properly assessing cumulative impacts to bodies of water during any land use decision, plan, bylaws, ensuring this information is made available to both council and the public in a timely manner during the municipal decision-making processes. Further, we are pursuing definitive accountability to identify the position who is the development authority officer including a mechanism for the direction, control, and management pursuant to section 61 of the MGA. Therefore, due to these concerns of fluctuations in lake levels, huge algae blooms, only one outflow from Baptiste Lake, which often has been dammed, and more recently drought, causing streams to be dried up and fish habitats are now dry. The major concern that the recent lack of water monitoring by Alberta Environment from the Auditor General's report on water resources that would also include the safety of our lake for recreational activities and remaining areas that were provided in the report. We recommend to the department to establish a process to identify when to develop, assess, and update water conservation objectives of the municipal government. Applying the land pursuant to section 60 of the MGA and other enactments, example, Lake Watershed Management Plan, and the council or other members who have been made aware of this by any means the community has brought forward. Thank you for this opportunity, and please confirm receipt of this letter. Sincerely, Alberta Concerned Citizen of Athabasca County, Summer Villages, South Baptiste, Sherry Heschuk.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boucher and Director Wilkinson. All right, before I call upon those wishing to speak, I believe I have some more on the public hearing sign-in sheet that wish to speak, but they did not specify at the beginning to give us their names. And I know that we have one on Zoom that wishes to speak. But I'd like to give a few housekeeping items here. So please direct your presentation to the chair and limit your presentation to 5 minutes in duration. When presenters that are in person are ready to speak, there's a microphone at the front of the room here. I guess just the one, yeah, there's just the one there. There's a large button in the center. To press that, you will see that it will illuminate in red, and you're able to be heard not only throughout the room, but on Zoom as well. Those who would like to make a presentation in support of Bylaw 017-2026 will go first, and those who would like to make a presentation in opposition of the bylaw will go second. Before your wish to speak, please state your name for the record. And if we're ready to go, I will now call upon the persons wishing to speak for those in support of Bylaw 017-2026. If you could please come forward. All right. So for those who are in opposition and wish to speak in opposition of Bylaw 017-2026, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Excuse me, I don't know if I'm for or against with what I have to represent.
Well, if you would like to present, and I think now probably would be a great time.
That's it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. So if you'd like to
I'm a
come.
little bit late because I had a flat tire this morning.
Oh,
And I have both of my legs are a problem.
okay.
That's not your concern,
No, I appreciate that.
but I have a lot to say.
Okay. And like I say, if we could please limit your presentation to 5 minutes, and if you could please state your name now.
Orest McCoolin.
Okay, thank you.
Great. I love to do this presentation. I've been waiting for this since I did my subdivision.
Okay.
Okay? There are people in this room who know exactly what I'm talking about. I need to get this off my chest.
Okay,
That's how bad it was when I did my subdivision. I was cheated of practically $175,000 to $200,000.
okay. Are we referring to the bylaw, the repealing bylaw, or is this another matter?
Some of it is to the bylaws.
Okay, so we have to stick to the subject, which is the repealing bylaw. So if we could maybe have your presentation refer basically to this particular bylaw that is the public hearing is for.
So I can't speak my piece today.
Well, if it's not with regards to the repealing bylaw, That would be
To
for
the
a-
what?
To the repealing bylaw that we're dealing with today, which is the bylaw to repeal the area structure plan. So if you would like to speak against or for the area structure plan repealing bylaw, that is what we are discussing today. If you have a development matter, that would be another day that you would be able to come forward as a delegation to council.
Okay, I would like to set that up then,
Okay,
because I have to get this off my chest.
understood.
And believe me, I have living proof how I got screwed out of 175 to 200 plus dollars. And some people are in this room and know all about it.
Okay, understood. And then again, I'm understanding it to be a planning concern that you would like to bring forward, and we would be happy to pass along the delegation form and package to you to present at another time for council.
Okay, you know what? I never seen such a good setup that you have here today.
Oh,
I appreciate this very much.
that's great. No, I appreciate that.
From the drunkenness that we used to put up with. And even a fight. They had a party here and a fight they had.
Well, I'm glad to see today is.
I got
different for
lots
you.
to bring up, ma'am.
Okay,
Let me tell you,
okay,
I have lots to bring up,
okay.
don't I?
Thank you. No, we appreciate you being here, and there's nothing you would like to discuss regarding the area structure plan?
I dropped my pen. Can somebody please pick it up for me? Thank you. I don't know.
Me and my broken leg will get it.
Here you go. Oh,
Okay, thank you. We'll get that information to you to come back another time.
I've never met you, but I hope to talk to you in person.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, do we have anyone else who would like to come forward and speak in opposition of our repealing bylaw 017/2026?
Have you called for anyone on Zoom?
Please, if you would like to go ahead, Sherry, we would be happy to hear your presentation.
Okay. Do I have 5 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you. And we recognize the enduring presence and territorial claim of Aboriginal peoples on this land. We give thanks to the First Nations and Métis Nations whose territory now lies within Treaty 8. We extend our thanks to the plants and animals, the water and the soil that form our greater community of the local watershed. Thank you to councillors. Thank you to Chair in consideration of your public service in giving Athabasca County residents and those of us here the opportunity to share our views. I'm a member of a nonprofit, however, I do not have the authority to speak on their behalf, but I do want to acknowledge a number of our conservation groups, as well as those residents who have provided conservation easements that are helping the biodiversity and the availability of knowledge around these lakes. And as well as a heritage river and the Athabasca that offers biodiversity and other riparian areas. I have a vested interest in the repeal of the Baptiste and Island Lake area structure plans, only to acknowledge that there has been many amendments in the history, and I do oppose a number of the actions related to only to transparency. I've lived in the past along the shorelines of the Baptiste Lake, and I currently support partnerships with community and our members that provide outreach for individuals and school children as well, and school groups that experience land and water. And as these are stewardship events that will occur in the future when we do have a lake that is healthy and intact. My presentation is not in any way an endorsement or opposition from any one group. And at the time, I'm not an authorized person to speak on behalf of any one organization, but I am an auditor for one nonprofit. It is to address the main issues that are for the local community and acknowledgement of access to information. I appreciate that tax dollars from municipalities are leveraged by community members themselves and residents who are taxpayers, and that these contribute to many projects. There is a cost benefit to these partnerships. And I do want to say that an added new policy for the ASP could be that we are looking at grants and collaboration with other partners. Mostly, I want to confirm that what has been said about Baptiste Lake, as it is a major lake, and it will or shall follow the policies in Section 8, Lakeshore Development. Policy 8.4 lists conservation design requirements to mitigate potential negative impacts on environmental sensitive lands, and requires a development setback of 30 meters or 98.4 feet from a lake shoreline. And these are interested assessments that could be offered, and that is to look at the Lake Watershed Management Plan of 2017, and that it be provided to guide all decisions regarding water direction and control on the shoreline, and the riparian health. So it would be an important part of looking at these concerns of fluctuations in lake levels, the algal blooms, and the fact that the major concern is that the recent lack of water monitoring by the Alberta Environment from the Auditor General's report would include a number of items that we could offer as part of the transparency and accountability to know what will be the future of a number of these lakes, and to assess and update water conservation. Thanks for your attention today. If you've received my letter request, which you have and circulated, that was provided to the council, I appreciate that, and it was distributed prior to this hearing. If you have any questions, I'm available, and I wanted to thank again everyone for being here today.
Thank you so much, Sherry. We appreciate your presentation. Does council have any points of or questions that they would like to ask our presenter? Okay. Last chance. You okay? All right, thank you very much, Sherry. We appreciate your presentation here today. Council doesn't have any questions at this time. At this point, do we have any other people who would like to come forward and present or speak regarding our area structure plan bylaw 01, repealing of our area structure plans bylaw 017/2026? Okay.
Hi there. Yes, sorry, I'm online and I'd like to just mention a few things if I'd be able to.
Okay, actually, if I could just put you on hold, we had a couple in the room that put their hands up. So we have two. If you would like to please come forward to the microphone.
I don't think I need.
We do need you actually, because we have to, the people who are on Zoom won't be able to hear you otherwise.
Have to sign a waiver too.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. If you could please state your name.
Randy Kruper.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
It's a basic question. Why are we repealing the current bylaw?
Well, if I may start, it is the first reading only. So this isn't a definite action. It is an opportunity at first reading to allow for the public to come forward so that council is able to hear whether you're for or against, or what your presentation may be, and what your opinions are, so that we are able to come from an informed place.
I see no need for a repeal when what is in place, quote, has been working. But then again, if you look at the lake itself at Baptiste, from 1980, when this was first put into place, the lake has gone downhill somewhat due to growth. And that growth is directly related to the condition of the lake today. Why would we want to add more to that same
Okay. Nope.
depletion of the lake?
Thank you. And I should also make note as well, we, just so people are aware from the regulations and legislation aspect of it, if I have it correct, and I will double check with our planning and development and our CAO. But our area structure plans also have to be complementary to our municipal development plan as well as our land use bylaw. And it currently is not in, I guess it's not complementary as it needs to be. If, I don't know the best wording to use, but I will turn that over to planning and development to explain that a little bit more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are inconsistencies with the intermunicipal development plan and the 1980 area structure plan, specifically for Baptiste Lake. We're looking at map 2 of bylaw 3 1980 and map A2, where there's more land identified in future residential areas and commercial areas in the intermunicipal development plan than what is in the original 1980. So that is one of the inconsistencies that administration have noted.
Okay, thank you. I hope that's helpful. Would you like to come forward as well, please? And if you could please state your name.
My name is Dennis Levante.
Thank you.
I live in the Athabasca County on the west side of Baptiste Lake. I just got a letter in the mail saying there's going to be a repeal of something, and not sure what it is, but from my perspective, I'm not against development, but at the same time, I really believe the county and the summer villages need to start working together. I don't know how many times, you know, and I guess this goes to, if we do more development, does the infrastructure follow? Or do we do the infrastructure first? Because we have a lot of people. The population of Baptiste Lake increases probably threefold in the summertime. And most people are really good, but then you want to run into the one guy. Okay, you're driving down the road, 4 people cross the road, walking with their earbuds in, have to come to a complete stop. Most people move off. Some people don't. And I've had people give me the finger. And I would like to see some coordination between the county and the summer villages before there's more development. We need some walking trails. I think that'd be a really good idea to get the people off the roads. I don't know. I talked to Robert before I voted for him about it. And I think he's in agreement with me. And I know that, you know, from the information I have, there's grants available for this kind of stuff. But I really don't see the need for more people, because all you're going to get is more problems until you address the relationship between the summer villages and the county. Because I'm paying just about $3,000 a year in taxes. I got to wait 4 days for a grader in the wintertime. Or more. You know, because the summer village, well, we don't have money. Well, I'm a county resident. I live on the other side of the road, but I don't get nothing for my taxes. So, you know, people want to do development, that's great. But the infrastructure and the relationships have to be there. And I think we've got a bunch of little fiefdoms going on around the lake. And they all want to do their own thing, and that's great. But that county residents are suffering for it. You know, my neighbor used to have cattle. He doesn't have cattle anymore because he can't water them. You know, and I know this, you know, we don't want to have poop in the lake, but a short story. We were here as I was a forester in 2002 working for Slave Lake Pulp. We logged some land here. We met with the habitat biologists at the burger bar one day for lunch. And they said that the poop in the fish, they wouldn't eat them. And it's not cow poop. So I don't know. Development's great, but where's the infrastructure? Where's the relationships? That has to be addressed. And that's why I'm speaking today.
Okay.
Thank you for
very
your
much.
time.
Before you go, does council have any questions for Mr. Lonte? I think I have one. So in this situation, being that our area structure plan that is current is requiring to bring those inconsistencies up to date, was that something that you would like to see? Is the area structure plan being updated? Or would you like to see it repealed and we deal with our current
Well, I think
municipal
before we start
development plan?
updating or repealing, we need to step back and have a relationship with the summer villages so that we are on the same page, whether it's cleaning snow off or speed limits or people walking on the roads. I mean, there has to be some coordination here.
Okay.
Because we don't need fistfights on the road.
Okay.
And it's gotten close, believe me, a couple of times.
Okay.
I had a lady give me the finger at a bridge. She had 8 kids running around the bridge and in the water, in the creek. I had to come to a dead stop with my log truck. And she gave me the finger. I'm sitting here going, well, this is a road. And I'm not speeding. What did I do wrong? And then she comes into my yard because my wife is having a garage sale. And she asked me, what's this? How much do you want for this? I looked at her and I said, it's not for sale. Well, what do you mean it's not for sale? Well, how much for this? It's not for sale. She looks at me, what's your problem? I said, look around the corner. You remember me? You see my truck? You gave me that finger. Maybe I should take it from you.
So basically, you're more concerned about enforcement and community standards.
Well, I would like to see the county and the summer villages work towards having some walking trails, having some consistency with snow removal. You know, I don't like pushing snow with my bumper because the summer village is broke or they don't want to do it, or you got to have 20 people complain before they come out. I'm a county resident. I expect to have the main road plowed in the wintertime.
Okay.
It's okay for me. I'm a man, but my wife, not so much. She gets stuck, I gotta go pull her out.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Oh, I have another hand, a couple more hands up in the room. So if we could just wait on Zoom, give us a few more moments here. If you'd like to come forward, please. We'll come one at a time.
Sorry, but I paid attention to my concerns, but this gentleman brought up good concerns for me.
Okay.
That just talked. Now, talking about the grader, before the present counselor that I have, I would have to phone at Christmas time to get the road open.
Okay,
Just as a point of order,
thank
the
you.
meeting is for the discussion of the bylaw, not
And that's,
to air other grievances.
thank you. And again, we do have to stick to the subject of the area structure plan, which is the current bylaw to repeal it. So we have to stick to that. If we do want to discuss other things, that is for another day. Okay?
Okay, also then towards your plan. I asked my present counselor to do some things. And they're still not done. It's been, he was in his first term, I think he's in his second. They're still not done.
Okay. If that has to do with the area structure plan today, we can discuss it, but if not, we'll have to discuss it at another time.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to discuss the repealing bylaw? Please come ahead. Thank you so much. And if I could have you state your name, please.
Thank you, Jean Dables.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
After speaking with the people in our little community, Work County on Baptiste Lake, I think the concerns that have been brought forward to us are we're concerned with repealing prior to knowing what's going in the new ASP. And that seems a little backwards, maybe. Like we would like to be able to have consultations and perhaps provide input. And as well, we are concerned about, I looked at map 2 and the potential new area to be developed around the lake. And we're a little concerned because it seems like there's a lot of pressure on the lake now, like fisheries, Alberta fisheries, actually extremely lowered the amount of fish tags for walleye. So all of these pressures, we're wondering, that's why we feel that perhaps consultations prior to repealing and knowing what's going to go in the new ASP would be really helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before you go, so repealing the bylaw, from my understanding, if the repealing bylaw goes forward, that would mean that it would disappear, and we currently do not have a request for a new area structure plan.
Right,
So
or funding.
my question then to you would be, would you prefer to see an updated area structure plan that brings everything into compliance with what we need to do?
Definitely. I feel that we should keep the existing until we have a new one in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Does council have any other question or any questions or comments? Okay, thank you so very much. I believe we have someone, please come forward. And if we can get you to please state your name.
Yes, my name is Bill Kuchma. I'm on the north end of Baptiste Lake since 1985. And we have seen changes. Part of the plan referred to that the lake hasn't changed in 4,000 years. Well, since 1985, I can guarantee you in my lifetime, things have changed. Shores have eroded 6-7 feet. The plan I'm totally against repealing this plan because it was very well written. I worked for the provincial government. I put my time in as a consultant, as an employee. And the 1970s and the 1980s were the gravy train for the provincial government. This plan in 1980 was actually constructed over 3 years. There was multiple studies, multiple levels of government. The county was involved. There was 150 people from the landowners and concerned people that were involved. They had input into this final document. Now, the document states in about every third sentence, it's the municipality that's responsible to update this document. It was meant to be a living project. And the last amendment that I could see of the last bylaw was 2000 or 1999. Yeah, 1999 and 2000. So for 20 some odd years, the council here has chosen to not upgrade this document. Like there's complaints about a map that's out of date. Map is a piece of paper. It's a drafting project that could have been incorporated, updated, because the document refers to the county and Sunset Beach, only two identities at that time. But it says clearly that it's meant to be updated over its lifetime, because it's so well written. My background is a technologist. I'm a spec writer, and I read this thing 3 times, and it is bulletproof. It's got things about boating speed, infills that, are the thing of everybody's talking about now. It's covered there. It's basically there. And going forward, where is there a new plan that's going to replace this plan? Like I see there's various bylaws in that, but the real protection of the lake properties and the lake body itself, I don't see anything happening in the bylaws. And I'm thinking, and don't quote me on this, but I'm thinking like the way things are progressing, it's more of a real estate deal. I'm thinking maybe taxes involved. Don't quote me on this, but I don't see the protection of the lake in any of the current documents that are going.
Good call, buddy.
Okay, please, we have to stay
And
in
just a
order.
little bit of trivia, the lake was first developed in 1942 with 7 lots, which I don't know if you're aware of that. And part of the problem that I see with this process that we're attending right now, I got the letter, but there was no connection to the original 1980 bylaw. I had to request that. And unfortunately, I requested it just a couple of days ago and I got it by request. I talked to my neighbors who are in my neighborhood and nobody knew what this was about. Somebody called the council a few days ago and they said, come to the meeting and we'll tell you about it. But if more people would have actually had access to this original 1980 document, there'd probably be a stronger feeling about the real appeal process.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Kuchma?
Yeah, because one of the concerns that they had way back was the speed limit, 13 kilometers an hour. And they couldn't foresee these big, huge boats coming now, the ones that are making the big waves, the wave boats. I hit one of those at 20, 30 kilometers an hour with my boat, and I ran into a wall, a wake boat wall of 5 feet high. Now that is just chewing up the shore, everything. Plus nearly killed myself and 3 passengers. So there's things that were actually dealt with in that plan that are still current today.
Okay.
They just have to be refreshed, and that's the council has chosen not to refresh it, and I think that's an oversight.
Appreciate your time here and your presentation. Thank you. So I'm hearing loud and clear. You would also
And you
like to
could
see.
speak a little louder.
Oh, I'm so
into your
sorry.
Microphone.
Yep,
Just a-
I'm so sorry.
Just a comment.
No, for sure. I appreciate your presentation and what you've had to say to us today. And what I'm taking away from that is you would also like to see an updated area structure plan rather than, or.
That's my suggestion, yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. All right, just before we go to the Zoom, is there anyone else who would like, Kate, we have someone in the back. If you'd like to please come forward and state your name.
Good morning and thanks for this opportunity. I'm a Baptiste Lake resident. I am not a county resident. I'm part of the municipality, so.
And your name? I'm
My
sorry.
name is Ross Lindenberger.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to acknowledge and show my support as I'm hearing not only from myself, but neighbors about the concerns for the lake and the environment and the wildlife. So I just want to reiterate that. I think my biggest concern, not unlike most people, the lack of communication, the fact that this was even occurring. You know, a few lines in the newspaper, frankly, don't cut it. We show up here 15 minutes before the meeting, we're handed a package. I've been desperately trying to find information for the last couple of weeks online. I have to say it's incredibly difficult so that you could actually be an informed resident and come here and speak knowledgeably. I have to say, as a regular resident, when you make reference to section 8.6.4 and map 2, it means nothing. I'm just being honest. It means nothing. It means nothing. People don't understand what that means. And now I'm supposed to show up and speak or make a presentation with some kind of knowledge. It's just not fair to the stakeholders. And let me be clear, all of the municipalities around the lake are stakeholders. And I think that communication has been woefully inadequate. And I also think the need for further consultation is high or should be high on your agenda. Second of all, you know, I managed to put my hands on this. And for those who don't know what that is, that's the Baptiste Lake Areas Structure Plan. And forgive me if I don't get all the acronyms correct. Because just like not knowing what 8.6 means, I don't understand all the acronyms either. But this plan, as already stated by others, was well researched, well prepared, and well documented. And I think, to be honest, in 1979, in its original creation and then ultimate approval in 1980, it already expressed significant concerns relative to the population and the population loading on the lake. That's 46 years ago. And you think the population hasn't increased? And now you want to talk about making more? I'm sorry, I want people to enjoy the lake, but it can't be a zoo. And so if we're talking about considering further development, then I have concerns. And again, notwithstanding all of those environmental things that people have talked about, the wildlife, et cetera, the water quality, just the loading on the lake itself. I want people to be able to enjoy it, but there is a limit to what the lake can withstand. And so I'm not supportive, obviously, at this point. And further to another lady's comment, I don't understand repealing a document that guides development for the lake would be repealed when you have no replacement. You don't throw out one set of rules and say, well, we'll just play the game until we make up a new set of rules. It doesn't work. You need, here's the replacement, or here's the amendments to bring the plan up to date. That's what makes sense. And I don't know about you as counselors, and I pass no judgment. And I appreciate, today's the first time I heard this is the first reading. I didn't know that. I didn't know if you were going to vote today to repeal. And I have to say, when I read the, okay, let me get this correct, which plan this is. Thank you. When I read that, it says here, under the history, excuse me, can't see, I'm getting old. That in, where is it here? Just give me a sec. In 2002, as part of reviewing and updating the MDP, the county rescinded the Baptiste Lake ASP. So if you rescinded it in 1982, then what are we doing today? So I'm just confused.
Understood.
Okay. Lastly, this document and the IMP are documents that have a collection of stakeholders. And if the county is rescinding, the other stakeholders remain. Is that correct? So I don't quite understand. So you're just going to opt out. Is that what that means? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
Nope, we understand, yep.
Right? I just because you repeal it doesn't mean everyone else does.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Nope.
Anyways, if anyone has
Again.
questions, thank
Yes,
you.
thank you
I
very
appreciate
much.
your time.
No, thank you. Don't step away. Does anyone have any comments or
Madam
questions?
Chair, when the speaker is done, can I ask for a recess?
Yes. Does anybody have any questions at all? Please go ahead, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you, through the chair. In the repealing process here, we're looking at ways to tweak this up or find a better mousetrap, so to speak. But I hear a lot of people talking about we don't need any more development, and that's fair. But my question, and this goes, oh, sorry, can you not hear me?
Can I just clarify? So I'm not opposed to some development, but I'll be honest, I think it has to be pretty limited or very well thought through, depending on what it is. So we need to tread extremely carefully. And that's, when you take away the guardrails, that's what concerns me.
Okay, so back to my question, and this has very little to do with that, but in the future, at some point when new development comes forward or subdivisions come forward, council as a whole has to make a decision. So my question to you would be, the health of the lake as it stands has been brought to this point by the people that are there existing, correct? Okay.
Absolutely.
So
we have to own that.
Right. Okay. So my question then to you would be, can you tell me how you would perceive a way of benefiting the health of the lake and returning it back to its original state, setting aside new development or subdivisions, so that in the future, when we have to review this, we can say, okay, we have to first look at how we can recreate or restructure the health of this lake and implement that into some of our new bylaws. So, and that applies throughout the county. We've got lakes all over that are having the same difficulties, low water levels, etc. And I'm, just for my own information, I'm looking for ways to establish what is the actual root cause of the deterioration of the health as well. Because I know that overdevelopment or overpopulation does not contribute to any benefit, well, I should say any benefit, but limited benefit, because it's actually causing more of a problem. But at the same time, the people that have been there are also contributors to bringing it to what it is today.
So I think there's a couple of things. First of all, obviously the development that's occurred over the last 30, 40 years have contributed to the stress affected on the lake. There's no, I don't think there's any question about that. Obviously, further development would add greater stress. I think we all acknowledge climate change and the changes in the amount of runoff we get, when we get it. The watershed, and again, I'm not a super knowledgeable person, but the watershed primarily for Baptiste Lake and the, 17 or 18 tributaries that flow into the lake are all from essentially swamps. And the nutritional and the nitrogen coming in from those swamps, which causes or contributes significantly to the nutrients that are in the lake, have not changed for literally thousands of years because of where it's coming from. Are there opportunities to perhaps be able to rewind the clock in some ways? I'm sure the people in Bales and a number of the other groups have potential recommendations. I don't, just, putting me on the spot. I don't have the magic answers, but I do believe people would be interested in trying to understand what those opportunities are, what the consequences of those opportunities are, because there'll be an impact by making those choices. But I think that's about engaging the public and organizations in a proactive way to develop those kinds of recommendations to be put forward, not just to this council, but to the stakeholders of Baptiste Lake. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Yes, you have. And I was just going to say, I appreciate your input into this because it helps me make decisions in the future as to how we can enhance the health as opposed to just making it worse. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Great.
Anyone else?
Thank you. I think everybody has Yep, I appreciate
you
your
for your
time
time.
and your comments. Thank you very much. As requested, we would like to take a recess so everyone can take a personal convenience break and whatnot. If we could please return at 11:10. If we're ready to go again, Miss Angela, we're ready to go. All right, folks, if we can call this back to order, we're back from our recess. I do have to put a reminder out there to our public who are visiting with us today that we do have.
I can't hear you with all the talking in the gallery, and we need to get back to some order and some.
Thank you. And that's what I'm just about to mention to the gallery, please. If we have some rules here in our council chambers, and so we do have to ask for everyone to remain quiet. We have to refrain from clapping and cheering and all of those things so that we can have an orderly hearing through the rest of this. We do have our folks on Zoom. I just want to double check with regards to anyone in the crowd. If anybody else would like to come forward, please come forward and please state your name.
Good morning, Mario Amaro. In regards to the health of Baptiste Lake, has the county done an extensive audit of all of the county, the lake residents' sewer systems? Are they all to code? Has anything been done? I ask the question.
I'm sorry, I cannot answer that.
Okay.
I'm not sure if planning and development can answer that at this time.
Madam Chair, members of council, to my knowledge, there is no studies done, but private sewage systems is regulated through the province through safety codes, permits and regulations.
Okay, thank you.
So I kind of knew that right off the get-go because I worked for the county for 30-some years. And nothing was ever done about that. And I had brought that forward numerous times and nothing was ever done. So that's an issue with the health of the lake. One of the comments that was made earlier was the erosion of the banks of the lake. One of the biggest causes of the erosion of the banks is ice. The movement of the ice. We've seen the ice pile up on the northwest side of the lake, and it's driven the shoreline back 10, 15 feet in places. It's left berms of dirt that big. So, this is not really a resident issue of erosion of the banks. Another contributing factor in the health of the lake is I'm not picking on them because they apparently would have permissions. The amount of cattle that graze right at the lake on the east side, it's all Hutterite land over there. It's Hutterite cattle. The Hutterites spray manure, herbicide, pesticide on all of their fields on the north side and on the west or east. That all is flowing into the lake. So has the county done anything to address that? That is, again, an issue, I think a big issue regarding the health of Baptiste Lake.
Okay, so in your opinion regarding going back to the area structure plan, is this something when, if council goes ahead and we go forward with updating, that would be something you would like addressed?
That would have to be addressed. And I concur with the other people that you can do anything you want because you're the council, but to repeal the bylaw without having another comprehensive bylaw in place, it doesn't work. That doesn't work. So those are kind of my comments.
Okay, thank you, Mario. Does anyone, before you go, does anyone have any comments or questions that they would like at council that would like to ask our presenter? Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Thank you for coming and speaking and talking to us. So if there were other documents that kind of covered a lot of this stuff, would that make you comfortable? Like, is the concern over the name of the document or the content?
Okay, which document are you talking?
Well, you just said to us, the concern is that you're going to repeal an ASP. The proposal is to repeal one without having a brand new one in place.
Right,
But
so-
if there are other statutory planning documents that protect.
Then
and
all of
create
these
guidelines-
concerns need to be in the new area structure plan.
No, my question is, if there are other planning documents that cover some of that stuff, would that be satisfactory?
It should be in the area structure plan. I think 100% it should be in the area structure plan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got it. We were just going through the this presenter at this point for council to ask questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Mario.
you.
Would you like to come forward one more time? We do have someone on Zoom that's being very patient and willing to speak, so if we could be very
It's,
quick.
Bill Kuchma again. Actually, just referring to the gentleman's three concerns.
Please.
Erosion repair.
I just need your name one more time, please, for the
Bill,
record.
Bill Kuchma.
Thank you.
Actually, it's in the structure plan, erosion control, that was expected and it's covered. Water and sewer is covered by the plan that was actually thrown to the municipality, to the county. And agriculture is spelt out big time here about the surrounding area around. The county should have some control. And that was actually after the colony was actually established when this was written. But they saw some conflict there, and it is right, because the colony sprayed their pig manure every long weekend for about 20 years in a row. May long weekend, that was their schedule. And I don't know who got them to stop, but it stopped for the last 10 years.
Thank you
But,
very much. Appreciate those added
Everything that
comments.
seemed to me that the concerns are in this area plan that you're trying to demolish.
Thank you very much. All right, we have a couple more hands up, but please come.
In respect of the person online, but I'm happy with them to go before I speak.
Okay, thank you. Please, one more time, Mario, and then we're going to go forward.
Still Mario Amaro. Just a couple other points that I just thought of was the environmental reserves that have been mandated, which is a good idea. I like it, but they're not enforced. There's a 100-foot buffer from the lake shore to the property line. And there are so many people around the lake that use that as their own personal space. When I worked for the county, I was a surveyor. I was often confronted by people, get off my property. And then I'd have to point out to them, no, your property is way over there, 100 feet back from the lake shore. And they don't believe it. They don't believe it. So education is one thing, enforcement is another. That was my only addition.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No questions?
If I may, or we're going to go on to Zoom. Those people have also been very patiently waiting. You have had an opportunity. So I'm going to go to Zoom now, and then we'll come back. I believe we have, I don't know the name of the person who was wanting to speak. So on Zoom, thank you for patiently waiting. If you could please state your name.
Thank you. My name is Alan Mickelson.
Thank you, Alan. Please go forward. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I am against the repeal of the bylaw from 1980. There was a mention made of map 2 and in the current development plan, and that not being in the 1980 area structure plan or whatever. My concern is that with the quality of the lake, the amount of people that are there, we're seeing a lot of infill properties where old cabins are reaching their end of life. They're getting knocked down. New ones are being put up. New wells are being drilled. More boats, longer stays, because a lot of these properties were seasonal. People were there from the spring to the fall. You didn't see anybody around there in the winter. Now that the occupancy of these properties is increasing, I see an issue with the repeal because, like many others have said, there isn't another document in place where environmental assessments have been contracted out and done. And in the 1980, there it makes great points of the fact that the idea is to maintain the quality of the water as well as the recreation in the area. Well, if you look at the area, most of the trails now are beaten up by these big machines. You used to be able to walk or trike or ride a horse through the forest, and that's no longer really accessible. The lakes, the boats themselves on the water are getting larger. The erosion, I'm experiencing it at our property where our shoreline is being eroded from these massive 5-foot waves that come smashing in. You don't see the birds and the wildlife like you used to, because once again, they're not nesting on the shoreline because it's like a tugboat drives by every few hours. And as well as like a lack of enforcement for what's already there. Mario brought up the fact that a lot of these areas in the easements in front of their properties, people are just slashing them or bringing in an excavator and removing the whole shoreline, and nothing's being done about it. There's no enforcement. So we shouldn't be moving forward with the idea of bringing more residents to a place that's already going to continue to see a population growth with the properties that are there. And so I would be curious, was there ever an environmental impact study done on the additional added residential and commercial occupancy on map 2?
I would have to send that over to our planning and development for an answer. Just bear with us.
Thank you.
Madam Reeve, just to confirm, is that map 2 of the municipal development plan or the 1980 area structure plan?
Did you hear that, Mr. Mickelson?
Yes, but map 2 of the current development plan, because you said they didn't align. So, and from my understanding is if we remove 1980, then this residential and commercial space can now be built because it's in the municipal development plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So I believe what he's talking about is map 2 of the intermunicipal development plan, which is that agreement between the Summer Villages and Athabasca County on collaboration and future land growth. So with the inconsistencies with map 2, it does identify more lands for commercial and residential land uses. So if a landowner in that expansion area wanted to propose a development, they would have to come to that county, make an application, go through potentially a bylaw amendment, or have to submit a new concept plan or area structure plan. And within those requirements, they would need to provide studies to show that what they're proposing wouldn't have negative impacts on the environment and on adjacent lands and on infrastructure and on the wetlands. So at this time, to my knowledge, there has been no studies done with respect to the intermunicipal development plan. It would all be as a case-by-case basis when new proposals come in and evaluated at that time.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. You have another 50 seconds or so if there's any more you would like to bring forward in your presentation.
Just really the lack of enforcement is a big thing. I've been watching municipal easements being erased with large equipment, and it would be nice to actually see some bylaw officers in a boat and go and take a map and go and look at where these municipal easements are supposed to be. And the riparian areas are disappearing. And as more and more development of land is happening already around the lake, we're just going to see an issue with, once again, just worsening water quality, more boats, and more people in the area, which is great for a tax basis, but not necessarily improving or maintaining that quality of recreation that the people that currently live there get to experience.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and your comments. Does council have any? Please go ahead, Councillor Stasia.
Thank you, through the chair. You had mentioned people around the lake. Does your concern refer to those that are on the lake shore, or would it also include those that would be, say, a half a mile back of the lake?
As well, my concern would also be the people that are half a mile up from the lake. They're using the same recreational space. They're fishing in the same lakes. They're using the same roads. And with the amount of quads, ATVs, large boats, everything else, the recreation enjoyment is lessening because of how much pressure is already there. And I see it as an example, Whispering Hills, there was a new development in with a very high water table, and we are seeing artisanal septic tanks because the groundwater pressure is high enough that it's forcing sewage water up and out of these septic systems, because in reality they just aren't designed, or the ground, it does not permit septic tanks to be installed there. So people are going to be battling this all the time. And where does that septic water go? Well, it goes to the lake. And to Ms. Mario's point about the Hutterites and their grazing land, this spring I walked to a creek at the south end, or I guess southeast end of White Gull, and the creek was flowing, and it literally smelt like raw sewage was flowing directly into the lake. And I know a lot of people say, oh, where they graze is the outlet that goes to the or to the Athabasca River. Well, this creek is flowing right into the North Basin, and we're wondering why these algal blooms get bad, all the time. Well, there's people, not only is it the manure from these animals, but it's the spreading of manure on the fields. It's people using fertilizer on their lawns, which they're going to do if they want. But there's already more and more impact as more and more people redevelop these old seasonal properties. You're going to see an increase, whether it's in the bush, we're drinking the same water, we're using the same trails. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Stacey, good. Anybody else? Okay, just one moment, please, just a moment. Just want to double check. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mickelson.
Thank you.
All right, could you please state your name for the record?
Okay, my name is Ralph Gilmore, and I'm a professional geologist. And I can tell you right away, I have a property on the lake shore that goes right up to the edge of the water. And unlike other people here, I have not had erosion. I have actually, my property is built out into the lake over the years. I've actually increased my property. Okay, I haven't lost it, I've gained it. Why? I didn't strip my property of bulrushes. I did not strip the willows off my property. They are the protection. The lake provides its own protection, and that is the willows and the bulrushes that are stripped away by people, and they put sand. This is not Hawaii. This is northern Alberta. And our lakes protect themselves, and it's people that are responsible. They're ruining their own lake by making it look like Hawaii. It is not Hawaii. This is northern Alberta. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So in your comments that you've made, if you just give me a moment, I'm understanding then for the area structure plan and the protections that are mentioned in the area structure plan that you would like to see it remain and brought up to today's.
I'd like to see it enforced. Okay, you're allowed a 15-foot, I believe. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you're allowed a 15-foot space you're allowed to clear for your boat. But people clear a lot bigger. They clear it all, and everybody does it, not just a few, everybody. And sure, you're going to have erosion. You're going to have the ice come in. There's nothing holding that sand in place. You're going to have the ice. You're going to have the boats. You know, when a speedboat comes by, it produces a wake. That wake has to go somewhere. That's power that has to be expended against the shore. And when it comes on the shore, it's going to take the sand away.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions, Mr. Gilmore? Okay, thank you. Please go ahead if there's Ms. Kendra. Yep, Gilbert, please come forward. And
Hello,
please-
Madam Chair, members of council.
Please
If-
state your name.
Sorry, Kendra Gilbert. Before I begin, if I may, through the chair, respond to Counselor Hall's question regarding if there were other documents available, would it change anyone's mind if that was under there? May I quickly answer that or?
Please go
Okay.
ahead.
So my response would be, is that's almost alluding to the documents in place right now are good enough. And my response would be similar to what the gentleman, the expert over against the wall there, and the people here today are saying that there is already a document in place that complements the documents already in place. And I stand firm on that response. So I will now go into my time speech. And I do want to say that I am presenting my speech today on record. I have spoken at county council three councils ago and may have been misquoted. So I would appreciate my words being my words that are spoken verbatim from the sheet today. So good morning. I think it's almost approaching noon. I'm Kendra Gilbert. I'm a resident of Whitegull in Athabasca County. It's where our family laid down roots since the early 1950s as weekenders. And my immediate family planted full-time roots back here in 2009. I'm also the president of Baptiste and Island Lake Stewardship Society, or people know it as BAILS. I'm the vice president of the Athabasca Watershed Council. And in my professional life, I operate a private mental health and wellness practice. And mostly I sit here before you today as a human being carrying a legacy. In my counseling practice, I welcome pause. I welcome reflection. I meet people where they're at in their life's journey, and I invite and create a space for open dialogue and communication. And what I know to my core is this: people want to feel heard. They want to feel understood. They want to feel like their voice matters. They don't want to feel dismissed or like their voice or their history is irrelevant. When people get pushed aside or ignored, the very foundation of community trust begins to erode. Right now, if I were a betting woman, I'd say trust is sitting right on the fence with what is before us, as well as huge opportunity. This proposed repeal has been framed by some as an administrative task, a procedural cleanup. Wipe it off the books, clean the slate, let's move on. A simple strike of a pen to 45 years of history. But wiping the slate clean dismisses people. It dismisses history. It erases knowledge and the opportunity to learn. And it denies us the chance to share in that knowledge and learn together. The original 1980 Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan was a masterpiece of cooperation. I echo your words to the gentleman in the room. Whitegull originally had its roots tied to Bissell, which was the original Baptiste Island and Skeleton Lake Stewardship Group. My father-in-law, who now resides in a long-term care home, was a very proud and actively engaged Bissell member. His legacy is part of the reason I sit here before you today, deeply passionate about this lake and the watershed surrounding it. When Bissell disbanded in 2013, BAILS chose to not lose that value and resurrect that vital work, seeing that value in it. And I soon thereafter stepped up to carry that torch and to work with people along the way. As I read through the county administration documents for this review today, the name Whitegull is entirely missing from this historical context. And for me, it completely lacks the human connection piece. I point this gap out because if a community with this much presence can be overlooked in a summary report, what else is being left behind in our rush to delete this history? The creators of this plan, the original structure plan, noted that Baptiste Lake was already highly eutrophic. They saw the vulnerability of this watershed. They built guardrails. They chose to think ahead, protect what matters, and put those protections in place for a well-informed reason. Those original protections weren't just lines on paper. They were a hard-fought promise to the future of our watershed. As someone experienced in watershed management planning, I understand the staggering amount of volunteer work and heart that goes into those documents before it even receives its red seal of approval. Since then, there have been 12 amendments to that plan that we are aware of. Where are they? What do they say? A repeal doesn't physically erase Whitegull or my family's legacy, but it does erase some of the framework that left us to protect these waters. If we delete this foundation today without a bridge to the future, we aren't cleaning the slate. We are creating a vacuum. The municipal development plan is simply the high-level driver. And these lakes specific area structure plans, and I'll say it also exists for Skeleton and Island Lake, the people in the hallway waiting, are meant to complement it, not be replaced by it. I keep asking myself, how can we choose to simply repeal a piece of our history when we haven't even laid out the full map of where we've been? The true subject matter experts are the people writing letters, making calls, sitting behind me in this room, standing in the hallway, waiting for more information. Wiping this document off the books might look like a quick way to clear administration's plate, but deleting these protections without a replacement doesn't solve the problem. It just leaves our lake exposed. That language may be old, the stewardship principles are not. Many lake residents are the families who have protected these shores for generations and want to protect them for generations to come. Some might be fearful to speak. I get that. Some are sadly no longer with us. In this moment, I choose to carry their voices on my back. And those voices are asking for good governance. Good governance is not stiff. It's not rigid. Good leadership and the modeling of it is about adapting, amending, and using a repeal as the absolute last resort, if any, when all other options have been completely exhausted. And don't get me wrong, I have deep empathy for administration. I have over 20 years of executive administration experience myself. I get it. I know we live in a fast-paced world, and I can have empathy and compassion for the weight you carry on your shoulders. I can only imagine some of you are already at capacity. And yet it is this fast-paced world and the expansion of AI. It is your job to help ensure the human side is brought back in and is always kept at the table. Why do people come to Baptiste Lake? I'll venture a guess, and please bear with me, I'm almost done. They come to unwind, to rest, to find themselves when they might feel lost. They come to recreate, to ski the trails, walk the trails, to ice fish, to hang out with their grandkids or families. It's just a few examples. The outdoors is our collective mental health sanctuary. I am here to help protect that. I'm here to speak for the wildlife, the watershed, and the voiceless. They are right here with us in the very room today, woven into the very history, the maps and planning exercises, and the 45 years of stewardship we are holding in our hands. We are at a crossroads in time. This moment is an incredible opportunity to lean into community and relationship building, joint municipal collaboration, human connection, as well as being an opportunity for genuine public engagement with the ratepayers who elected each of you. As I close out, I encourage each of us here today, let's not choose to break trust. Let's build it. To me, this is not an either or conversation. It's an opportunity to ask what value exists within the area structural plans, what has been learned over the past 4 decades plus, and how that knowledge can continue to complement the planning frameworks that have since been developed. I am respectfully asking County Council today to choose to take a pause, to reflect, reset, and re-engage with more awareness of what the actual happenstances are. Choose amendment over repeal, slow it down, pump the brakes, hit the pause button. Do not choose to delete history today. Let's instead choose together to honor the legacy of those who came before us and figure out what to carry forward before we choose what to leave behind. I thank you.
Oh, thank you so very much. Appreciate your words and your presentation. I believe, do we have any questions, comments that anyone would like to make at the council table? Thank you very much. I think
Thank you very much.
I heard very loud and clear. You would like us to keep going with the area structure plan, bring it up to where it needs to be.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. I think, is there anyone else who has not spoken, who would like to speak? And I don't believe, is there anyone on Zoom who has not spoken and would like to speak? Okay, thank you. Again,
Madam Chair, may I bring up a point of order regarding 8.7 of your procedural bylaw? Members are entitled to speak typically once for 5 minutes. And I'm concerned that we've lost track and process by the cycling of speakers. The job is to come prepared and to be able to present concisely.
I appreciate that, but we also will have an opportunity here, asking if anyone feels if they've been fairly heard. So I'm going to ask that. Do you have a quick comment that you would like to make with regards to the area structure plan? Or do you have a quick comment that you would like to make with regards to the area structure plan and the repealing bylaw? Okay, very quickly, if we may, please come forward.
The creek that goes out of the lake, not into the lake,
Okay, and that's,
and it goes across Highway 2.
okay, so it's just with regards to the creek, not necessarily the area structure plan at this time?
The creek starts at the lake.
Okay, all right, thank you. I think we've heard that. All right, I think we're at the stage of our area structure, or area structure plan bylaw, repealing bylaw 017/2026. To go to council, do you have any questions or points of clarification of any speaker? Please go ahead.
I just
Deputy
got
Admin.
one comment I want to make. I want to thank everybody for coming in here. Using your voice to bring forward your thoughts on this process and everything. Again, that's why I moved that we go into a public hearing, is to be able to give the voice to the people and get a better understanding. So thank you very much.
Turn on your speaker.
I did. It's up there. No, it's turn up your hearing aid. But yeah, so thank you very much for coming in.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
So two things. One, I do appreciate everybody coming in and speaking. I mean, I think we've heard clearly that there's some gaps in how communication could work, and the public hearing is mandatory in this case, and so I'm glad that we're here. The question I had was for admin, and just to confirm what I think we've been told in the past was, can you confirm for us that while the ASP is not being replaced with a new ASP, it has already been replaced with alternative planning documents that, in the administration's opinion, serve a similar and adequate purpose?
Madam Chair, members of council, to confirm, Councillor Hall is correct. We are not proposing a new or replacement of the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan. The request is to repeal it. Administration does believe the policies of the municipal development plan helps guide and regulate development around our major lakes, and Baptiste Lake is listed as a major lake. And any future development would be required to follow the policies of the municipal development plan, whether there'd be a new area structure plan required for a specific or proposed development, and the studies that would accommodate that. We also have the Municipal Government Act that regulates environmental reserve, when it can be taken, and the use of those environmental reserves. So those are regulated through the Municipal Government Act as well.
Thank you. But what I'm hearing is from Councillor Hall is that those documents would replace an area structure plan. Okay, that's kind of what I was had heard, because I was just going to comment to say that those area structure plans are a vital bridge, taking those MDPs and the IDPs and making them a broad goal and translating them into specific actionable land use. So I just wanted to clarify that and make sure that wasn't what we have the impression of it. It's not a replacement. At this time, Ms. Cloutier, do you have any closing remarks or any items you would like to address from that was presented?
Madam Chair, members of council, I think just in closing, I just want to highlight that, administration does have or is guided by our statutory documents and council's direction. And so we are happy to bring back information to council on this subject for consideration. We also, work collaboratively with our summer villages. They were sent notice for today's public hearing. It's part of our intermunicipal development plan to work with them. And so it has been heard here before and they're correct. These are living documents. They're meant to be updated as time goes on. And administration just felt that since 1980, there's been a lot of changes that does require council's consideration of how we want to go forward with the areas around the lakes.
Okay, thank you. Not, thank you, appreciate that. Does counselors have, or do counselors have any other comments? Please go ahead, Deputy Reed Mins.
Through the chair to administration, let's say we don't repeal this area structure plan. Let's say we don't repeal it. Does anything happen? Like, does anything change? I guess that's what I'm wondering about. Like if we don't repeal it, what happens?
Madam Chair, members of council, without rereading thoroughly the area structure plan, that would be difficult to answer right now. But what I could say is that the policies and regulations of bylaw 3/1980 would be in place. And it would be a policy, a statutory document, sorry, rather than a policy. It's a statutory document that we would have to follow through admin, that any new development or existing development would have to follow as well. So it would be, yeah, a planning document to consider.
Thank you.
Just a moment, please. So just in addition to that, being that there's inconsistencies, would the area structure plan then have to be updated so that the inconsistencies are dealt with?
Madam Chair, I believe that would have to be the case to follow the Municipal Government Act.
Okay, thank you. I guess in 2019, when the municipal development plan was passed, do we know why the area structure plan was not updated at that time, amended at that time to be consistent?
Madam Chair, members of council, at that time, it was administration's belief that it was already repealed. However, we've been known and it's been reported to council that the lack of a public hearing made it that it wasn't properly repealed, which is why we're here today. So it was our understanding it was already taken off the books
Okay.
at that time.
At that time, okay. That answers that question. Thank you for that. I do have one more question, and it's just with regards to the items that were presented, and I believe it was William and Brenda Sandrock's email. There were several questions along that email. Has administration responded to that, to those questions?
Madam Chair, not at this time.
Okay. So I noticed that the letter came to mayor and council, so I think that's something that we should be looking at to provide answers or trying to answer those those questions that were asked. So go ahead, please, Councillor Stasia.
Thank you through the chair. Just to add to that, will that be CC'd to council as well? The responses to that?
Madam Chair, members of council, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have anything else, folks, for questions? All right, so at this point of the game, where we're at for the public hearing, I must ask, does anyone feel if they have not been fairly heard? Please come forward to the microphone.
I developed Lakeview Bison. I wonder if Mr. Hall has had 2 sore legs and crutches and a flat tire when he's supposed to be here at 9:30. I wonder if that has happened to him.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to just make that comment.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I would like to ask administration, through any of this process of looking at what to do here, have you connected with Bales or Stewardship Group or Alberta Environment directly?
Madam Chair, members of council, not directly with the user groups mentioned. Alberta Environment or Alberta Forestry and Parks was part of the circulation for the bylaw amendment, though.
And through the chair, feedback would be on that is from my understanding, wearing my Bales president hat, the intermunicipal development plan contains the Bales watershed management plan. So I would be under the assumption as a president of a stewardship society that our watershed management plan is in that document, and to have not been contacted when I have presented in front of council at municipal joint meetings, asking to be at the table and part of the conversation for at very minimum the past few years. An expectation would be to have that conversation, open that and continue that relationship building, and give me a call. It's advertised online on our Facebook page. And again, through meetings that I've attended with some counselors in this room. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Last call, does anyone feel they have not been fairly heard? And one more opportunity on Zoom. Have you feel you've not been fairly heard? Thank you. Just put my page here. All right, so being there is no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing. I declare the public hearing closed at 11:51. And would like to call a recess so that we may say goodbye to everyone that has joined us here today. And thank you again for being here. Well, we're returning to our meeting after our recess that we've had. We are at 3.2 of our agenda, which is the public hearing for bylaw 019-2026. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 019-2026 for the purpose of repealing the Island Lake Area Structure Plan and amendments. I'm Tracy Holland, Reeve, for Athabasca County and Division 5 Counselor, and I will be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I would like to welcome you all here today. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment for introductions of those councillors present here today, and beginning on my right.
Good afternoon, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this hearing. Ken Stasiuk, Rochester area, Division 1.
Good afternoon. I'm Cody Callahoo, elected in Division 9, so north of the Athabasca River area.
Hi, Brian Hall, elected in Division 4, which is southwest of Athabasca.
Hello, Natasha Kaptaniak, elected in Division 2, Collington, Minnook, and New Pine Creek.
Kelly Chamzik, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prospita areas.
Good afternoon, Lucille Chisholm, Division 3, the Boyle, L. Scott, Caslin area.
Good afternoon, Jack DeHolick, Division 6, the Outback Wandering River area.
Thank you so much. Our secretary of the public hearing is Mr. Bob Beck, who is our CAO of Athabasca County. Also joining us from administration is our recording secretary, Leah Blair, our communications staff, Angela Kuzmerschuk, our director of community and protective services, Krista Wilkinson, and our planning and development manager, Diane Cloutier. Any persons who have joined the meeting in person or via Zoom and are wishing to be heard should please give your full name now. We'll start with the folks in the gallery. Anybody wishing to speak? Okay, if you could please come to the microphone and just give us your full name, please.
Vicky Butter.
Thank you very much. And we have anybody on Zoom? Nope, nobody on Zoom. Perfect. Thank you. The public hearing of bylaw 019-2026 is now open. I will now turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of the hearing.
The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chairperson. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: A, Manager of Planning and Development, Diane Cloutier, will speak first to outline the background, provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillor may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you very much. Before hearing from the public, I would ask Ms. Cloutier to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. The purpose of this hearing is to hear submissions from any person, group of persons, or person represented them who claim to be affected by the proposed adoption of bylaw 19-2026 and who has complied with the procedures outlined by council. On March 26, 2026, council moved the following resolutions. Moved by Councillor Mins that bylaw 19-2026 be given first reading for the purpose of repealing the Island Lake Area Structure Plan number 15/1981 and amendments. And moved by Councillor Mins to direct administration to schedule and advertise the public hearing on June 11th, 2026 at 10 a.m. for bylaw 19-2026 for the purpose of repealing the Island Lake Area Structure Plan and amendments. In accordance with policy 6.4 of the Island Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan between Athabasca County and the summer villages of Island Lake and Island Lake South, on May 1st A letter was sent to the Summer Villages providing notice of today's public hearing. A notice was also placed in the May 26th and June 2nd editions of the Town and Country newspaper and placed on the county's website beginning May 25th. Also on May 25th, as per the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, referrals to adjacent landowners were sent, and all landowners within the plan area identified as map 1 of bylaw 50/1981 were sent copies of the letters. A total of 119 letters were mailed. Agencies who may have an interest in the plan area, as well as Athabasca County's planning and development, agricultural, infrastructure services, and enforcement services were sent copy of today's notice. The deadline for submission was yesterday, June 10th, and a submission registry was prepared and circulated to council via email. Copies were also printed for council and given at the front desk. On September 24th, 1981, council adopted bylaw 50/1981, being the Island Lake Area Structure Plan. Between 1984 and 2000, council adopted 7 amendments to bylaw 50/1981, including bylaw 18/1984 that adopted a new Island Lake Area Structure Plan. These are all listed in Schedule A for bylaw 19/2026. On August 29th, 2019, bylaw 3/2019 was adopted, which is the county's current municipal development plan. On September 14th, 2021, council adopted bylaw 19/2021, being the intermunicipal development plan with the Summer Villages of Island Lake and Island Lake South. The county's land use bylaw does not speak to repeal bylaws. Section 6 of the Municipal Development Plan provides guidelines for country residential development in Athabasca County. Specifically, 6.1 subsection F notes that when evaluating subdivisions or development proposals, the approving authority shall have regard for whether the proposed subdivision or development would alter or permanently damage a permanent or permeant wetland. To confirm this, at the time of application, the approval authority can request subsequent reports such as an environmental impact assessment, a biophysical assessment, servicing studies, utility servicing plan, and stormwater management plan. Section 7 of the Municipal Development Plan provides guidelines for administration when considering applications for multi-lot subdivisions. Specifically, 7.4 notes that an area structure plan or conceptual plan be prepared to support any amendments to redistrict to a country residential zoning for the purpose of multi-lot subdivisions. When preparing an area structure plan, the applicant is required to include studies and reports that confirm the proposal does not negatively impact adjacent lands, including water bodies. Section 8 of our municipal development plan guides lakeshore development. Island Lake is considered a major lake within policy 8.4 and within the municipal development plan. Policy 8.4 lists conservation design requirements to mitigate potential negative impacts on environmentally sensitive lands and requires a development setback of 30 meters, which is 98.4 feet from a lakeshore development.
Thank you, Ms. Cloutier. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So just for added clarity, any new development of substance will require an area structure plan to be developed.
Madam Chair, members of council, any proposal of 6 or more lots or what the municipal development plan considers a major development, which could be, for example, a campground.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Ms. Cloutier, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Yes, Madam Chair, and those are within the submission registry.
Okay, thank you. I believe council would like to have them read into the record, please.
Thank you. May 27th, from third-party request, to whom it may concern. Apex Utilities Incorporated has no objections to the proposed bylaw amendment described in the field mentioned above. Please notify utility safety partners to arrange for field location should excavation be required within the described area. We wish to advise that any relocation of existing facilities will be at the expense of the developer, and payment of contributions required for new gas facilities will be the responsibility of the developer. Thank you, Land Services Apex Utility. May 27th from Logan Jameson. Hello, Fortis Alberta has no concerns with the proposed amendments. Please contact 310 Wire for electrical services, or if working within 8 meters of our facilities, to arrange for an on-site safety orientation. Take care, Logan Jameson. June 2nd from Circulations. Thank you for including TELUS in your circulation. At this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activity. Regards, Jaylene Perkinson. June 8th from Marshall Morton. The Infrastructure Services Department has no concerns with the repeal of this bylaw. On June 8th from Travis Chalapé, no concerns from Fire and Enforcement Services. We would like to advocate for Fire Smart in the future MDP updates. June 8th from Ryan. Hercule, sorry. Eggs only comments is without some protection of subdivision amount on egg lands in the area, there is a potential for increased recreational activity that could lead to trespass issues, etc. No real issues with the repeal, just concerns about densification. June 10th from Bales. June 10th, my apologies, June 10th from Kendra Gilbert. Please see attached letter to be included in the June 11th, 2026 public meeting for area structure plans for both Baptiste and Island Lake. I will follow up with a PDF version. I had little time to put this together. Respectfully, Kendra Gilbert, Bales President. June 10th, 2026, to Athabasca County Council, care of Chief Administrative Officer, Athabasca County Administration Office. Written submission for public hearing, proposed repeal of the Baptiste Lake Area Structure Plan Bylaw 17, 2026, and Island Lake Area Structure Plan Bylaw 19, 2026. Dear Athabasca County Council, on behalf of the Baptiste and Island Lake Stewardship Society, Bales, thank you for providing the opportunity for public input regarding the proposed repeal of the Baptiste Lake and Island Lake Area Structure Plans. As a stewardship organization, Bales exists to support the long-term health and sustainability of our lakes through education, stewardship, communication, collaboration, and community engagement. Over the past 2 years, our organization has revisited its goals and strategies through planning discussion, mapping exercises, intermunicipal dialogue, and ongoing conversations with residents, municipalities, partner organizations, and recreational lake users. Consistently, the themes that continue to emerge are education, communication, collaboration, relationship building, public engagement, and stewardship. From a stewardship perspective, Bales recognizes the planning frameworks evolve over time and must adapt to changing legislation, development patterns, and community needs. At the same time, we distinguish between a document becoming outdated as a planning instrument and the stewardship principles, local knowledge, community investment, and collaborative vision contained within that document losing their value. The original area structure plan for Baptiste Lake and Island Lake were intended to be living documents. They evolved through amendments, reflected changing circumstances, and captured lake-specific considerations developed through public engagement, intermunicipal collaboration, and long-term stewardship thinking. The language may be old, the stewardship principles are not. Many of those principles continue to be reflected today through the work of municipalities, stewardship organizations, watershed planning initiatives, municipal planning efforts, and residents who continue to care for and advocate for the long-term health of our lakes. Many of our stewardship principles contained within the original ASPs continue to be reflected in subsequent watershed management, planning, municipal planning, and stewardship initiatives undertaken throughout the region. As discussions move forward, Bales encourages consideration of the value contained within these documents and how their stewardship principles, local knowledge, historical contact, and lake-specific insight can continue to inform future planning decisions. We also recognize that planning documents do not exist in isolation. Area structure plans, intermunicipal development plans, municipal development plans, and land use bylaws each serve different purposes and can complement one another. Discussions to date have also highlighted that opinions may exist beyond a simple repeal, including opportunities to review, amend, update, or otherwise build upon the work already contained within these plans. As such, we encourage thoughtful consideration on how the strengths of these original ASP documents can continue to support lake stewardship, community well-being, and long-term planning objectives moving forward. We believe this discussion also presents an opportunity for continued relationship building between Athabasca County, the Summer Villages, stewardship organizations such as Bales, residents, recreational users, and community partners. Public engagement is not simply a requirement of a process. It is one of the ways communities build trust, share knowledge, hear concerns, understand history, and work together towards long-term solutions that reflect both community values and stewardship goals. Over the past several years, Bales has intentionally focused on strengthening relationships, improving communication, encouraging education, and fostering collaboration amongst municipalities, stewardship organizations, residents, recreational users, and community partners. Through intermunicipal meetings, watershed discussions, stewardship initiatives, community engagement and efforts, and continued representation of the stewardship sector through the Athabasca Watershed Council, one theme has surfaced repeatedly: the importance of preserving and sharing knowledge. Many current residents and recreational users were not present when these documents were originally created. Many lake properties have changed hands over the years, bringing new residents and new perspectives while also creating the potential for local history and knowledge to be lost. As Bales members reviewed the information available through the current process, one observation that emerged was the importance of ensuring historical context is fully understood and accessible. For example, the summer village of White Gull, incorporated in 1983, appears to be absent from much of the historical context presented to date. This may simply be an oversight. However, it reinforces the importance of preserving historical context and local knowledge as future planning decisions are considered. Yet the history, lessons learned, successes, challenges, and stewardship values contained within these documents remain part of the story of these lakes. We see value in ensuring that knowledge is not lost, but rather carried forward, shared, revisited, and used to help inform future decisions. If something has guided conversations around these lakes for more than 4 decades and inspired generations of residents, municipalities, and stewardship organizations to care for these lakes, we believe it is worth understanding that what should be carried forward before deciding what should be left behind. Healthy lakes contribute not only to environmental sustainability, but also to recreation, community identity, connection, and overall well-being. The decision made today will help shape how future generations experience, enjoy, and care for these lakes. Bales has not taken a position on whether the existing area structure plan should remain unchanged. We do, however, believe stewardship organizations have a role to play in ensuring lake-specific knowledge, community history, and long-term stewardship perspectives remain part of the conversation as future planning decisions are considered. Rather, we encourage consideration on how the stewardship principles, lake-specific knowledge, history, collaborative vision, and public investment reflect within these plans can continue to be recognized and incorporated within whatever planning framework ultimately moves forward, while recognizing and building upon the planning work that has already taken place. We also recognize that many residents have expressed concerns regarding timelines, access to information, and opportunities for engagement. As stewardship organization committed to public engagement and one that continually emphasizes the importance of communication, collaboration, education, and relationship building, we see this moment as an opportunity to continue strengthening connections between Athabasca County, the Summer Villages, stewardship organization, residents, and recreational users. At the heart of meaningful engagement is ensuring people feel heard, informed, and included in conversations that affect these places, the places they care deeply about. As this discussion evolved, so too has our understanding of the questions being raised by residents, lake users, municipalities, and stewardship organizations. What began as a stewardship focus review of the proposed ASP repeals has increasingly highlighted the importance of historical context, amendment history, and public understanding of how these planning documents have evolved over time. At the heart of the meaningful engagement is ensuring people feel heard, informed, and included in conversation that affect the places they care deeply about. For these reasons, we believe it is in the best interest of all parties to hit the pause button on the repeal process until this missing information can be properly compiled and shared. We see this moment as an opportunity to continue strengthening connections between Athabasca County, the summer villages, stewardship organizations, residents, recreational users. Respectfully submitted, Kendra Gilbert on behalf of Bales Board of Directors, President, Bales Baptiste Lake and Lake Stewardship Society. On June 10th, June 10th from Sherry Heschuk. Thanks again for sharing the information on item 3.1 for the upcoming June 11th public hearing and repeal of the bylaw for Baptiste and Island Lakes. My letter from July 17th, 2024 is attached to this email. Please have the contact redacted for any privacy protection for information regarding the section 60 of the MGA Act. This is to confirm my request for feedback on municipalities available whose land use bylaws for their activities, including recreational and services available, are included in the attached document. The Watershed Management Plan, WMP, was approved in 2019 and is written in the bylaws for Summer Village South Baptiste bylaw on May 28, 2024. The attached link includes information was addressed by local stakeholders and formally at our SVSB April 11th, 2024 in public hearing regarding land use bylaw and amendments to apply the Baptiste and Island Lake Watershed Management Plan to the policy 6.4.9 requirements and conditions to be added to bylaw 1-2024 new land use bylaw 6.4.9. Where subdivision is proposed on land adjacent to Baptiste Lake, a watercourse or wetland reserve shall be required as a condition of subdivision approval as provided for in the Act. When determining the width and size of the environmental reserve, the following shall be taken into consideration. Recommendations by qualified professionals and/or B riparian setback matrix model RSMM and/or the Government of Alberta stepping back from the water, a beneficial management practices guide for new development near water bodies in Alberta settled region. D, Alberta Environment and Protected Areas recommended guide for minimum environmental reserve easements, widths, and/or recommendation in the Baptiste and Island Lake Watershed Management Plan. September 20th, 2024. Hi, I've been taking action on the receipt of this email and the Ombudsman office. I had made an inquiry and a complaint to the Ombudsman and asked about appealing to the municipal governments on section 60, subsection 1 of the municipal bodies, of the water bodies. This section wasn't included and an answer from Alberta Auditors General recommendation was made available in July 2024. Whether it was because they have not received any reference to the AEP or other tools to help operators minimize disturbance in watersheds, or if there are under the AER regulatory body, any regulatory assurance for water bodies that would benefit greatly from knowledge of these issues. Recently, the actions taken to implement reservoirs is their UCP's only implemented plan as part of their efforts to reduce water shortages. Please consider contacting the Executive Engagement and Communications for Auditor General Cheryl Schneider about how the extreme heat has caused so much loss of water in the boreal rivers and lakes, and that all surface water is not being addressed at all. See my email sent to their Executive Engagement of Communications for the Alberta Auditor Governor. On August 29th, 2024, good morning, Executive Engagement and Communications for Auditor General. Cheryl, my request to have more information and updates on the water body, Section 60 of the Municipal Government Act, has been unanswered by many municipalities and administrative departments, as well as the Municipal Affairs Department of the Alberta Government. I would like an interpretation of I would like an interpretation of the bodies of water, Section 60, and if the auditor, Doug Wiley himself, has any other concerns regarding the recommendations for our future water use issues. The press release on July 12th and report were timely as a result of lack of compliance with these water conservation concerns. My letters were made available to my local municipality and Athabasca County and their mayor and CAO as early as April 9th. In early September 2023, I sent a letter request for confirmation of the Lake Watershed Management Plan, which would be in the land development bylaws for my local CAO for the Summer Village South Baptiste in regards to lake monitoring. In particular, this summer, the lakes in the north are currently experiencing drought conditions and lake levels that are very low, as well as the community has been working with their administrators, as these are lakes that have had issues with drought in the past that again have not been addressed. The potential that invasive species are also being a major concern when the health and environmental issues will continue on as the result of lack of any response by the recent impacts from wildfires and the extreme heat. I have attached case number 2403405, which included these concerns and whether there is a possible reference to how we proceed with the monitoring as was recommended in the key finding for public reporting on surface water. This was one of the key findings provided in the Surface Water Management Treasury Board and Finance, Environment, and Protected Areas report of the Auditor General report, or Auditor General report for the Auditor General. Consequences of not taking action, the lack of public information on key aspects of surface water management, such as water usage and allocation at broader basin and sub-basin levels, hinders accountability, transparency, and informed decision-making on page 13. Please confirm receipt of this email and if there are any updates from the Alberta government, as I am interested in how this will be addressed. Thank you for sending feedback. I appreciate the access to these water conservation issues. Sincerely, Shelley Heschuk. Enclosed response to the appeals of the MGA on the water bodies, Section 60, subsection 1, which is currently not included in many land use bylaws or Alberta for lake. August 28th, 2024, case number 24-030405. Good morning, Sherry. Thank you again for writing to our office and for the additional information you provided. It is evident you are a strong advocate for water conservation and quality in Alberta, and I'm impressed by the connections you have made with several nonprofit organizations and advocacy groups. I've reviewed your submission and the response you received from Athabasca County CAO Bob Beck, dated August 12, 2024. While I recognize the response was brief and did not address your water-related concerns, I also acknowledge the CAO was acting on the direction from the County Council. In your submission, you refer to Section 60 of the Municipal Government Act, which states bodies of water, 60 subsection 1, subject to any other enactment, a municipality has the direction, control, and management of water bodies or bodies of water within the municipality, including the airspace above and the ground below. You believe this section means that a municipality must monitor and protect the water. Another interpretation is that a municipality has control over bodies of water to manage as they choose, in keeping with their budgets and other priorities. I recognize that you are asking for support to encourage the council of your summer village and the surrounding communities to take more proactive measures regarding water quality. Unfortunately, the ombudsman cannot assist you in advocating for a cause. Our office looks at the fairness of a final decision and cannot get involved in ongoing matter. For these reasons, I have found there is no further role for the ombudsman's office. My best suggestion to you is at this time is to continue working with advocacy groups towards your goal of better water quality in Alberta lakes and rivers. I have now closed your case. However, if you have any questions, feel free to contact me by telephone or by email. Sincerely, Lindsay Seliger, Senior Investigator. July 17th, 2024, to Kevin Brzezinski, Alberta Ombudsman. The Municipal Government Act, MGA, is the legislative framework in which all municipalities must operate and is one of the most significant and far-reaching statutes in Alberta. The Municipal Government Act awards municipalities more control over the day-to-day governance, which grants them more power and control over the environment that includes bodies of water in Alberta pursuant to Section 60 of the current MGA. Subject to any other enactment, a municipality has a direction, control, and management of the bodies of water within a municipality, including the airspace above and below and ground below. No other legislation uses the same language as the MGA. In conferring authority for the direction, control, and management of Alberta water resources, headwaters to important major rivers. Municipalities are systematically ignoring Section 60 of the MGA during land use decisions and other municipal decisions, resulting in negative impacts to the natural functions of the body of water and the quality and quantity. I am sending this as the public hearing and the third reading of bylaw number 3, 2010, 5-98, the former Summer Village South Baptiste Lake Land Use Bylaw, as amended, took place on April 11th, 2024. On a provincial scale, the responsibility of the CAOs is to ensure information about those cumulative impacts of bodies of water. As well, when presenting before council and their decision to make land improvements, CAOs are under the duty to disclose truth. The failure to conduct proper assessments of impact of bodies of water that include but are not limited to lake shores result in the widespread suppression of material facts. This conduct results in the community not being apprised of these material facts to aid in procuring the adoption of a measure, motion, or resolution impacting water bodies in Alberta. In Alberta, there are few, if any, special options for land use decisions. If criteria are not met, there is an option to make a matter before the Court of King's Bench, but this is at a great expense to any individual ratepayer and to the public at large. Any invalidation of bylaws by the Authority Development Officer or failure to address Section 60 of the MGA does not resolve the issue of cumulative impacts to bodies of water by municipalities, such as the case of the Lake Management Plan for Baptiste Lake. The assessment or handbook, which is used by many municipalities, was not provided as a reference to this land use bylaw. However, the Lake Management Plan was provided to council prior to these meetings with the request of the residents of SVSB. Please reply to this request to ensure, 1, that matters will be addressed in future municipal proceedings required to safeguard the state of the watershed's indicators and other concerns for riparian assessments is an oversight by all accounts. See page 36, 3.4.2 riparian health assessments and the guide to reporting on common indicators used in state of the watershed reports, and the lake management plan be provided to guide all decisions regarding water, direction, and control on the shoreline and the riparian health during identified time periods using cow and fish health assessment categories is available and also updated for a length of no less than 5 years. 2, implementation of the WMP or Lake Watershed Management Plan, LMP, will contribute to the following: identifying and protecting lake values, promoting community discussion and action, knowledge building of both resident and visitors. For any information, the policy for Athabasca County has a lakeshore management areas policy, which could be accessed by South Village of South Baptiste residents and or other stakeholders. Definitive direction must be given to municipalities in respect to properly assessing cumulative impacts to bodies of water during any land use decision, plan, bylaw, ensuring this information is made available to both council and the public in a timely manner during the municipal decision-making process. Further, we are pursuing definitive accountability to identify the person position who is the development authority officer, including a mechanism for the direction, control, and management pursuing to Section 60, subsection 1 of the MGA. Therefore, due to these concerns of fluctuations in lake levels, huge algae blooms, only one outflow from Baptiste Lake, which often has been dammed, and more recently drought causing streams to be dried up and fish habitats are now dry. The major concern is the recent lack of water monitoring by Alberta Environment from the Auditor General's report on water resources. That would also include the safety of our lake for recreation activities and the remaining areas that were provided in the report. We recommend that the department establish process to identify when to develop, assess, and update water conservation objectives of the municipal government. Applying the law pursuant to subsection 60 of the MGA and other enactments, example, Lake Watershed Management Plan, and the council or other members who have been made aware of this by any means the community has brought forward. Thank you for this opportunity, and please confirm receipt of this letter. Sincerely, Alberta Concerned Citizen of Athabasca County, Summer Village, South Baptiste, Sherry Heschuk.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cloutier. I should have asked at the prior public hearing, but these submissions will be added to the agenda online? Do we know, will these submissions be added to the agenda online?
I would take that by the direction of the CAO.
Okay, I'll check that out then. So thank you so much for reading them, because of course, there may be people who haven't been able to attend, and to have that and have a copy of this given to them, of course, is for those who arrive here. I don't know if they would have been emailed to anybody on Zoom, so I'm glad you read them in so that when people review it, the live stream and recording, they have that information. Before I call upon those wishing to speak, there are a few housekeeping items I'd like to mention. Please direct your presentation to the chair and limit your presentation to 5 minutes in duration. When presenters that are here in person are ready to speak, you'll come up to the front here and you'll turn on your microphone. There's a long button on the very bottom, and you'll see that it will illuminate red. And that way we'll be able to hear you, and anyone that is joining us live stream or via Zoom will also be able to hear you. Those who would like to make a presentation in support of Bylaw 019-2026 will go first, and those who would like to make a presentation in opposition of the bylaw will go second. Before you wish to speak and before you begin, please state your name for the record. And if you're ready, I will now call upon those who wish to speak in support of Bylaw 1019-2026. Okay, thank you. And for those who are in opposition, I would like to now call on the first speaker who is in opposition of Bylaw 019-2026. If you could please come forward, state your name for the record before you begin.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry I don't have a formal presentation, but I hope it's okay to ask a couple of questions.
Pardon me, please go ahead and state your name.
Vicky Butter.
Thank you very much. All right. You're speaking obviously in opposition of the repeal?
I think I am, depending on the answers to the questions.
Okay, maybe we can try and help you out.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
It's okay to go ahead?
Please.
My first question would be, what would be the benefit of repealing the area structure plan for Island Lake?
Okay, so there's a couple of things that we mentioned earlier today, and I will refer this over to our planning development. They're much better at explaining it than I. But area structure plans need to be consistent with our other development plans like the MDP. I will have actually, if Ms. Cloutier would like to explain that, that would be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of council. So administration has identified inconsistencies between the intermunicipal development plan with the summer villages of Island Lake and Island Lake South, and that is bylaw 19/2021. The inconsistencies are with map A1, whereas the intermunicipal development plan identifies more land use or more land for future residential areas and commercial areas that were not originally identified in the 1981 area structure plan.
Okay, thank you. And by legislation, we have to make sure those documents are consistent. So there is the opportunity to repeal and just have the current planning documents that we have, or there is the option as well to update the area structure plan, amend it to bring it into where it needs to be, or even for that matter, create a new one.
Thank you. If the area structure plan was repealed, what elements of protection would be lost for the lake and the surrounding area?
I believe there is coverage in the municipal development plan regarding the environmental aspect, but I would again refer over to our planning and development.
Madam Chair, members of council. So our municipal development plan, section 8, does regulate policies, or I should say have policies that regulate development around our major lakes. Island Lake is considered a major lake. So we have policies there that help guide administration when we're reviewing applications for subdivisions or development.
Follow-up question. So that means there'd be no detrimental or a reduction in protections for the lake and the lake area if the area plan was repealed?
Madam Chair, members of council, so as an example, policy 8.2, which is found on page 19 of your agenda, development consideration. So within the lake management area overlay, large areas of undeveloped shoreline shall be maintained to reduce the potential for negative environmental impacts, increase public access to lakes and lake shores, and encourage the sustainable use of shared aquatic resources. When considering development in these areas, administration would request the applicant to provide water studies and reports that would support that their development does not have any negative impacts.
Thank you.
Is the area structure plan hold more detail that would allow more guidance? And is the municipal plan more vague? What I'm getting at is, would it be beneficial to use those two in conjunction for the utmost protection of the area?
Well, if I may, area structure plans definitely complement the other documents. And I believe the current area structure plan is very detailed in that information that you've been described.
Okay, thank you. Given that and my limited understanding, I did sit in a little bit for the one that you had earlier today. And I think I did learn quite a bit. I think my position would be at this point that I'd be in favor of having a little bit more investigation and possibly amending and updating the area structure plan so that it can be used in collaboration with other policies and procedures for the utmost protection of the area.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
For your time.
No problem. Before you go, does anybody have any comments or questions that they have of our presenter? Okay, thank you very much for speaking with us today. Is there, please come forward.
Madam Chair, Council, these will be two questions to the chair.
I need to.
Oh, Kendra Gilbert,
Thank you.
I am a neighbor to Island Village residents, so I am here and we can call it solidarity. We can call it in what I spoke about at the previous public meeting, shared connection, humanity. Because I believe the area structural plan for Island Lake as well, even though I might not be as familiar with it, I believe it shares the same sentiment. So for the record, my previous language at the public meeting, I would like carried over to this as well in some way, or just whatever that might look like. Through the chair, question would be, by the raise of hands of the current council, which current council members were part of the planning documents that I continually keep hearing are being alluded to, like the IDP, the MDP, the LU, is it LUB, and whatever documents? By raise of hands, which council members had either signed off on that or part of that planning process?
Okay, just so you know, we're not meant to have a debate here today.
Okay.
Okay, but I know these documents that you're referring to were 2019 and earlier, if I'm not mistaken. MDP was 2019, LUB.
Yes.
They're all earlier than 2019.
Okay.
So I
Okay.
think we can.
Sorry
we
about
can-
that. I'm getting
no,
to learn process, but I do feel it is an important history to understand what those documents are. And I will ask the same question I asked earlier. I will just change the phrasing through the chair to administration. In regards to the planning process, was Bales contacted in regards to the potential repeal of the area structure plan for Island Lake?
Madam Chair, I can confirm that Bales was not directly contacted.
Thank you.
Thank you. And once again, I will comment that in the IDP, Bales is specifically mentioned and the watershed management plan as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before you go, does anybody have any questions or comments for our presenter? Okay,
Thank you again, and I
Thank you.
appreciate the work you do.
thank you very much for coming forward. Would anyone else like to have this opportunity to present? Okay. If Ms. Cloutier would like to make any closing remarks or address any issues presented, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything else to add. More information or a follow-up will come to council in a future council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. So at this time, does council have one more opportunity, any additional questions or of any speaker or of staff? Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
So we heard earlier that the summer villages received letters. Can you confirm that's correct and what their responses were, please?
Madam Chair, members of council, let me just find my speaking notes, please. On May 1st, the summer villages of wrong file. My apologies. Still on May 1st, the summer villages of Island Lake and Island Lake South were sent notice of today's public hearing, and administration did not receive any comments.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Deputy Reed-Mins.
Yeah, I'll say the same thing that I said in the last public hearing was thank you for coming in and voicing your concerns and whether they were positive or negative, the council will probably take them into consideration and that's why I moved the public hearing forward, was so you people, our area people, could actually have a voice, giving us a little direction of what we should be doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I also have, I guess it's a clarification in my mind. I know we discussed that administration had felt that these bylaws were repealed already. And we understood that as 2022, when it was brought forward to a new council, that was part of the repealing process and it was done without the public hearing. But was there a prior to that in 2019, for example, when the municipal development plan was passed, that administration felt that they were repealed at that time as well? So I'm just kind of hearing there might be two situations where administration felt that they were repealed.
Madam Chair, I believe if there is some misinformation provided in the original or in the public hearing before, but it was at the time of the 2022 bylaw where administration felt that these area structure plans were repealed.
Okay, thank you. So that then puts us back to 2019 when the municipal development plan was completed, where these bylaws or the area structure plans, not the bylaws, the area structure plan should have been brought up to date at that time. So I'm confused as to why that didn't happen, but of course that's in history and we won't have that answer from administration who wasn't here at that time. So I appreciate that clarity. Does anybody else have any other questions of speakers or staff? All right. Does anyone feel that they have not been fairly heard? Okay. So being that there is no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing. I declare the public hearing closed at 1:16. And if we can just take a quick 5-minute recess for saying our goodbyes to the gallery. Thank you for joining us here today. I believe we are back now. We are back on our recording where everybody is ready to go. We just finished our public hearing and our recess, so we are moving on to our next item on our agenda, which is item 6.1, page 44 of your agenda package. And this is the policy 6120, personal cellular devices. This was, I believe, discussed in committee of the whole May 21st, and the committee recommended it come forward to council. And so I will just double check with Director Ambley if she would like to weigh in on the director report.
Good afternoon, Madam Reeve and members of council. This policy before you was previously reviewed during the May 21st Committee of the Whole meeting. I did make a change, and since that time, a revised version was circulated, I believe. One of the things I did add in there is that if an individual currently has is under contract with the county for their cell phone, that they cannot cancel their contract. They have to continue with their contract because we're paying for their phone and then choose to use their personal phone. So just because we're tied to these contracts, it's important that they're contract free before they choose to opt out of the county issued phone and use their own personal phone. So that's something that after looking at the policy, I realized that we probably should keep that in mind. So right now we have about 12 phones that are still under contract, but the majority of the phones that are county issued are not under contract. So if anybody has a county issued phone, they can hand it back in, and then they can choose to use their personal phone instead, rather than using two phones for their county business. But it depends on their position as well. In some positions, we prefer, if they're dealing with confidential matters or they're using some of our apps, that we prefer that they use their county issued phones. So it'll be like on a case by case basis for the managers to choose who uses their personal phones and who uses a county issued phone. And then furthermore, it was brought to my attention that there was a couple of bullets under section 5.0 that referred to wiping the phone. And just so you know, when we originally started putting this policy together, there was one whole entire section that we removed that was really restrictive, that I had taken from another municipality, and then we decided to remove it because it talked about making sure that you have a 6-digit PIN number and that we can wipe your phones, and if you lose your phone or if you're and somehow putting the county in jeopardy with some sort of information on your phone, that we would have the ability to wipe it. But we removed that whole entire section. But unfortunately, 2 bullets remained in section 5.0 that refer to the former section. So the revised version before you has removed those 2 bullets under 5.0.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yes, that was one of the ones that I noticed was a little bit concerning as well. So I thought, oh man, wiping a phone would be pretty freaky for a lot of people. Your contacts, your photos, all of those types of things. Does council have any questions? Please go ahead, Councilor Chamsik.
Just in 4.2A, what is the minimum operating, system requirements for storage? More curious on the security standards.
Currently, right now, through the chair, we are requesting that any phones, let's say for instance, an iPhone 10, anything older than iPhone 10 tends to give us some problems with respect to some of our apps and some of our systems. So if you have an older phone, it might not be as compatible. However, if you're just using it, if you're a summer student, for instance, and you're just using it for text messaging, that's fine. But if you're in a higher level position, permanent role, where you're relying on your phone for any type of apps, then we would probably encourage you to kind of upgrade your phone or use a county issued phone.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, Councilor Paul.
Okay, so I just heard probably encourage. And that probably doesn't meet it for me. I'm concerned about how you ensure the data integrity, how you ensure consistency and carry forward of county phone numbers. So to me, phone numbers roll with the position, not with the person. So I'm not thrilled with a phone number that can go with a person. That number should be tied to the role. And if you're the manager of Public Works. Very much like the address, the email address, for key positions, it's CAO in Athabasca County. So it doesn't matter who occupies that, it's role-based, not person-based. And I think it's important the county has the ability to make sure that the things that are going on that phone, like if it's a work phone, it's a work phone, and it gets to be wiped because you don't have personal stuff on there. And if you do, tough luck. So I don't like where we're headed with this at all.
And if I may,
Please.
Madam Reeve, I agree, Councillor Hall, and that's why for us, it'll be up to the managers and the directors to make these approval processes. So if you're in a certain position where you are relying on our apps and your contact information is tied to that phone, to the public, for instance, then that phone, you have to use a county phone. Like for me, for instance, I was issued a county phone. I will continue using a county phone just because of the type of work that I have to deal with.
So then in follow-up, how do we make sure that, the passwords, I think in many employees deal with information that's confidential or quasi-confidential, even if it's through emails. Many partners and couples share each other's passwords. So how do we ensure the integrity of the county information that is meant to be for the employee only is not something that the spouses and other children and others have access to? I know in our household, my kids know my bride's password to go on and send text messages to each other. How do we make sure that secure means secure?
Well, then I guess I need to reinsert that other information that I took out previously. But no, in seriousness, I mean, it just depends on the level of the position. So if it's a higher level where you are dealing with some of the security matters, you will be using a county issued phone. So this was meant mostly because we hire seasonal workers. We rely on the contact with them with respect to their work, and we're asking them to use their personal cell phones for county business. And then furthermore, we have many operators that are not issued county phones because we had some issues with them, but they still have personal phones. And again, we rely on them having a personal phone to do their business. So typically these are text messaging, maybe email, but many of our employees don't even have email addresses because of the type of work that they do.
Okay, and then finally, I assume that text messages are subject to the access to information requirements. How does the county meet those? And I doubt that it is a regular occurrence that somebody is sending an ATI request for the communications between two grader operators. But are we required to have backups and access to that stuff? And is there, like, is that adequately covered?
Through the chair, in section 5, we do talk about access to information. And they also have to sign the agreement at the back of the page on the schedule to confirm that they understand that their information is accessible. I have been FOIP'd in the past, and I did have to supply information from my phone, so it can happen. But the policy, the section under 5.0 speaks to that.
So there's no way backups are created, or we're just relying on everybody to. I mean, maybe I just read a news article at lunch about something going on in Calgary and text messages getting access there, but.
Thank you. Does anybody else have anything they would like to ask or contribute to? Pardon? Okay. I know I was also wanting to ask a little bit about the ATI request with regards to that, but I think that has been answered. It says also here in 5.0E that county reserves the right to disconnect devices or disable services without notification. Can you elaborate a little bit on what that means, please?
Madam Chair and members of council. So that's in case an employee is wrongfully dismissed, for instance. We can shut down their access to their email, to any of the apps that they're assigned to. So that's just, we had that clause in there to give us that ability to do that.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. And there was one other one, that employees assume full liability of risks, including but not limited to physical damage, the partial or complete loss of county and personal data due to physical damage and operating system crash, errors, bugs, viruses, malware, device data wipe, and other software or hardware failures or programming errors that render the device unusable. The device data wipe is still listed there in that particular one. It's 5.0I. So I was just curious if that data wipe is something that is referred to what IT can go in and do. It's the second last sentence towards the end. Oh, I guess, sorry, I'm looking at the old one. The one that came out today would be G.
Madam Chair, we're following best practices. I've done a lot of research on several other policies, so that is the one that we've kind of selected to bring it forward. If there's any issues with it, we can certainly deal with it. But I think it's still important to have something in there to protect the municipality.
Okay, understood. And it also says that the county reserves the right to take appropriate disciplinary action up to and including termination for non-compliance with this policy. And I think it was mentioned in here, and it might have been changed, but that was, any kind of inappropriate type. So store or transmit illicit materials, for example, or represent the county in a negative manner. So if somebody is, on their personal phone and an ATI comes along to do a thing and they find something that they didn't like, they can be now up for termination.
Madam Chair, members of council, so if someone is viewing certain sites during the work time, I mean, if they want to do it during their pleasure time, by all means, but during work time, it's obviously inappropriate for anybody to do it, but even with their personal phones, it's just something, again, we just want to protect the reputation of the municipality.
Perfect, thank you. So on the administrative report, there's 49 cellular devices that have been issued to employees. Will a lot of those come back that they might be able to be reissued, do you think, or?
Madam Chair, it depends on the age of the phone, but we always keep extras, just in case we have somebody that comes on board and needs an extra phone, or if their county issued phone is not functioning, we can move it over to that. But so yes, they will come back, but I would say the majority of them are aging. They're well below the iPhone 10, for instance. So some staff they just didn't want to go through the hassle of replacing it, or some of them have just been kind of waiting for a policy to come along, and just in case, so we don't buy a new phone and then they have to bring it back.
Okay.
My experience seeing this policy in other places, over time, it actually just reduces the amount of county cell phones by a lot, because people already carry their own phone and the county gives them a little stipend to offset their data. And then they carry one phone around. So over time, it probably saves us money.
That's what I was just gonna ask, because it says an estimated annual cost here is 10,500, but if these phones are coming back and out of service and all of those things, and we're not replacing them, that kind of offsets that. Please go ahead.
So there's also, I mean, and I don't know how this works, but the option for eSIMs and alternate SIMs. So, I was a BlackBerry guy, and I know BlackBerry always, you could put in 2 SIM cards and have 2 different numbers if you wanted. And I think the others are finally caught up.
Okay. So how is everybody at? Do we have a motion here? Counselor Stasiak would like to go forward with the recommended motion. Okay, Counselor Stasiak would like to move the council approves policy 6120, personal cellular devices as presented. If we are ready for the vote, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and opposed? 3, 6, and 3. Thank you. And we are moving to, thank you very much, Director Ambley. Bylaw 7.1, page 51 of your agenda package. We've seen this one at the table before. This is bylaw, road closure bylaw 004, 2026. which is located adjacent and east of Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 1120217 in Division 3, and is, I guess, northeast 286418 west of the 4th. Did Director Wilkinson, would you like to weigh in on the report?
Sure, I'll try and be brief. This Athabasca County's road allowance and road closure policy 3510 allows landowners the opportunity to request closure of whole or part of a road allowance that is determined to be no longer required for use by the traveling public. It was brought to council on January 8th and first reading was given on February 12th. Public hearing was conducted. And then we were given direction to send it to the Minister of Transportation for approval. As council knows, that's an extra step in this particular type of bylaw. So that was forwarded to the Minister of Transportation and we received it back signed by the minister on March 27th. And so we're bringing it forward to council for consideration of second and third reading.
Awesome, thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Would anybody like to, we can start with second reading. Councillor Calahoo would like to give second reading to road closure bylaw 004/2026, located adjacent and east of Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 1120217 as amended. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Councillor Chisholm? Yep. Okay, just want to make sure. I think we have no opposed here. That's 9-0. Perfect. Councillor Kapitaniak would like to give third and final reading to road closure bylaw 004/2026, located adjacent and east of Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 1120217 as amended. If there's any discussion, no discussion, we're ready to go for the vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Awesome, 9-0. Thanks very much. All right, we are moving on to item 8.1, the Watershed Resiliency Restoration Program, WRRP discontinuation. And this is page 68 of your agenda package. We have a recommendation here for a letter of support. Deputy Reeve Mins would like to give that recommended motion. Do we have any discussion here from administration? Nope. Okay, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to speak and then Councillor Chambliss.
Yeah, I'd just like to say this is very much needed. Thank you for your support on this, due to the fact that this grant not only helps us with Alice, which is a huge benefit for Alice, but also even Athabasca Watershed Council, which going to the AGM probably this weekend, this will be discussed there. It helps out all the way across our county and 3 counties that we're in the Alice group with. We promote Alice in a way that the funding is going to be there. You know, we get the trust of the landowners that they're going to enter into these agreements and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, boom, the provincial government decides, no, we're not doing it. It's kind of like the licensed ditch thing. All of a sudden, go ahead and put all your ditches in. And then here's a bunch of money. And then, okay, now license them and now they're yours. So this is another download, because we use the WRRP also for farm assessments, for being able to the H2C of Athabasca County and Thorhill, Westlock and Barhead. We're using these grants for many other items, not just Alice. So losing this, another download from the government, and it's horrible. It just creates another revenue stream that the counties have to pick up, the municipalities have to pick up. So very, very well. Want to just thank to be able to put this letter in for support to try to get this back.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Councillor Chambliss?
On that note, I 100% agree. Just thinking that Mr. Brian Jean should also be included in this as well.
Thank you. Is that, do we have? I'm just looking for the instructions on who we're CCing in on that letter. Oh, I need to flip the page. There we go. Thank you. So is it okay if we just have that as a friendly amendment? in the recommended
Absolutely.
motion? Yes, works for you. Okay. Counselor DeHolick.
Yeah, I'm really concerned that some of the counties or organizations have started projects, have finished, waiting for the next grant to come out and, they're gonna be stuck. So, yeah, we really gotta support
Appreciate that. Thank you, Counselor Stacy.
Thank you through the chair. Is this a total loss of funding or is it a cutback on funding? Total, it's a cutback? And presently, is there a percentage of Alice funding? Or is it that's not the whole program, is it? Just a percentage?
No, it's not the whole program, but what you find out, these grants can be used in certain areas. So all of a sudden, like some grants can be used for administrative work. Some grants can be used just for projects, like on the ground projects. So what ends up happening is the coordinator sits there and moves this money around to be able to, well, yeah, spread it out and that, and then you get it pulled out from underneath you, and then it's another 2 months of trying to figure out where you're gonna do, even down to the fact of what Councillor DeHolick said. We get agreements, we meaning Alice gets agreements with landowners for up to 5 years. This money is already, some of this money's already put in for that, to pay for the acreages. So if that money isn't there through this grant, then all of a sudden the committee either has to cancel a project, which you lose the trust of the landowners, or we have to look for the money someplace else. No, they spend a lot of time trying to find funding and everything like that, but also I can see the municipalities maybe having to pick up there if they can't find the funding. So, yeah, so that's you.
Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
Do you have an idea of how many dollars this is impacts the Alice group that we're part of?
No, I honestly, I don't. I could find out, and that, but
I just thought you might have it on the top of your head.
no. I'd hate to throw it out there because, whew.
Alrighty, I think if we're ready to go, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to move to send a letter of support for WRRP funding on behalf of Athabasca County to Minister Hunter regarding the discontinuation of the WRRP program, and to add MLA Brian Jean to our CC at the bottom of the letter.
I don't know if it adds a lot of value, but should we be adding finance and treasury board members as well? And the MLAs that touch all of the Alice, which I think is basically MLA Van Dyke and for us and like out of Barhead County, like any MLA that touches that too, because this affects Athabasca, Barhead, Westlock, and all the others. But would it be a good show of support to, the people we partner with to say, we're talking to our guy and your guy and, members of Treasury Board, Minister of Finance?
Is it members of Treasury Board and Finance?
And the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance. Thank you. I was having a hard time hearing you. Minister of Finance. And do we have the other MLAs that you're referring to that border with Barhead, Westlock? Okay.
I don't have the elections map memorized. I'm sorry.
I don't either. Can we leave that up to administration? Yes, thank you. Councillor Townsend.
I was just going to say in all applicable MLAs.
There you go. Okay. And ministers, right? So we'll reword this as friendly amendment to send a letter of support for the WRRP funding on behalf of Athabasca County to Minister Hunter regarding the discontinuation of the WRRP program to include all relevant MLAs and is it Minister of the Treasury Board or members of the Treasury Board and Minister of
Treasury
Finance?
Board is members.
Okay,
There's a
members of the
Treasury
Treasury
has a
Board
President, which is the Finance Minister, and members.
and Minister of Finance. Okay, I think we all have that now sorted out, what we'd like, where we'd like the letter to go to and who to include. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And opposed? Thank you, 9-0. All right, we are on to item 8.3, which is the counselor timesheet and expenses, page 78 of your agenda package. Counselor Chamzik.
The hard part about being human, I made a few miscalculations on page 86. The Friends of Rochester meeting under the mileage should be 128.48. And then when with the Portage College with the carpool, it should be 54.02. So the bottom line should be 5,512.35. And if you'd like to see those corrections, I can pass them along if that's easier. And then on the next page, just a slip of the finger for the mileage amount, I accidentally put 72. The calculation is correct. It is at 0.73 cents per kilometer.
Thank you very much. And I did have a nod from administration. If you could please email those changes to make that easier for them, that would be fantastic. Okay, is there any other discussion on monthly timesheets and expense claims? Go ahead, please, Counselor DeHolick.
Can we get a date when these are due?
Yes, we do. It comes over an email and it's sent a couple of times as a friendly reminder to send it by a certain date. It's usually a week before the meeting to make sure it's on the agenda.
So there's a set date every month?
Well, it depends on the agenda date. So it's 7 days before before a meeting is, so we like to have all of our agenda items in 7 days before the meeting.
Yeah.
So sometime, basically the best bet is to hand it in the next day after the month ends. But you have 60 days.
Right. I'm about 70 days behind.
You have to be careful because you're only after 60 days. If you're past 60 days, that might not be accepted. Okay, so are we good? We're good? All right, do we have a motion? Okay, Counselor Calahoo would like to move that council receives the, I'm gonna get it out, council timesheets and expenses as amended. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? And opposed? Awesome, 9-0, thank you. 8.4, we have the August meeting dates. And I'm just gonna get to that. It's on page 91 of your agenda package. This refers back to, we had an organizational meeting, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And that we have now created a situation because we moved our committee of the whole meetings to Thursday, that the August 27th date will have an MPC committee of the whole and a county council meeting on the same day. So actually this is August 20th, pardon me, August 20th. Go ahead, please, Deputy Reid Mins.
I'm just wondering, I guess, so what we're looking at there is we're gonna have a committee of the whole meeting. We're gonna have an MPC meeting. And we're gonna have a county council meeting and all in one day. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if do we have one booked for that day already?
Do we have a public hearing booked that day? Because
I
if we
hope
do,
not. Do we?
we'll probably be on holidays. But I'm just wondering if I don't think there's anything really in that one motion we made to talk about things at the committee of the whole. I think we left July and August out. We've already added a couple of things on the committee of the whole in July. We want to just throw caution to the moon and just say we'll cancel the committee of the whole meeting and just have the MPC and county council. That is 3 agendas that administration is building, and it's like, or three agendas, and it's like, holy man. So I'm just throwing it out there.
appreciate that. We also had, and I mean, this was back at the procedural bylaw discussion, but moving to quarterly reports, and hopefully that comes as an option here soon
Yeah,
too.
that's right,
Counselor
too.
Hall?
If there's nothing to discuss, I would, like, council is fine. I wonder if in the short term or in the nearer term, we'd be better off to maybe reschedule to the same week, just boost it out to, something like the 18th move committee of the whole to the 18th as a placeholder. Because I think part of what we were trying to do in August was to not fill up the last week because people are often away and school starting and for those who still have kids. But park a placeholder on the 18th and then re-examine it a little closer to the date to see if the agenda warrants getting together. But that way we've all got the date in our calendar marked and we're not booking other stuff at 3 PM on the same day. Sure.
Counselor Chamsick?
The only question I have, I remember that we had a schedule, and of course, I never wrote it down of committee of the whole and the topics that are proposed to come. Does anybody recall what August was as a placeholder?
Oh, for level of service.
Level of service.
Level of service
correct.
discussion. I don't know if we have that in the summer, do we?
We specified nothing for July and August.
Yeah, that's great. So is that satisfactory for everyone as a placeholder to put committee of the whole on August 18th? And if we can cancel it, then we can at a later date? Or how does that work for you, Deputy Reedmans?
Sure, you can. I probably won't be here on the 18th, but you can.
I owe you a meeting anyway. You're being, what, you're away as well? Oh,
Okay, I wasn't gonna come anyway.
okay then. Are you away as well? Okay, that's 3 down. Well, you know what? We can leave it there. I kind of thinking in the summertime that it just may end up where we're going to cancel it anyway. But we'll see how that looks in July. And so when we're a little closer, if there's something pressing that we need to have a conversation about, then at the committee level, we'll do that then. And we can always make changes too. It's early.
So I'll make a motion to move the meeting date to the 18th.
Okay. I think that's the only motion we need here. Yeah, just the committee of the whole as a placeholder. Yep. I think that's the only motion we need to make for this particular item. Right, Counselor Hall would like to move that we move the committee of the whole meeting from August 20th to August 18th. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And opposed? You're oppose it? All right, 8-1. That would be me. Okay, we are moving into the community event calendars for June and July, page 94 and 95 of your agenda package. Who would like to begin? Counselor Kaptanic, and then Counselor Chamzik, and then Counselor Callan.
Community, council.
Okay, Counselor Chamzik.
I only have one. July 15th, Grassland Fire Department is hosting a STARS training event for all first responders starting at 6 PM. Yes,
But that's just for the first responders?
just for first responders.
So we can't go and watch and boo and chuckle and can't do that? No, okay. We won't give you a hard time. Counselor Callahu?
Hold on. I just have one, June 26th, Richmond Park Hall is holding a Texas Hold'em night at 7 PM at the Richmond Park Hall. And you can bring an affy and there'll be mocktails served.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else? Nope, 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 nope. Do we have a motion? Counselor Chisholm would like to make a motion to receive the community event calendars as amended. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. We have the council meeting calendars, June and July, page 96 of your agenda package. I believe Counselor Kaptanic would like to add something.
Yeah. Sorry, so I've been following Athabasca is hosting the Power Up North Conference. And I was just checking it out online and early bird registration is available. So as a counselor, I highly recommend you attend and have our great EA, book your early bird ticket to save money. And, having it being in Athabasca, you don't need a hotel, you barely have to charge any mileage. And they did take a lot of, I believe they would have taken a lot of public recommendations from the last few. I've attended quite a few in a row now, even prior to being on council. And they were started with 4 days, down to 3 days, down to 2, and it is an entrepreneurship and business oriented conference. And so business owners were like, not so many days. They're busy. So they've taken it down to 1 full day of speakers and training and all kinds of interesting brainstorming sessions. And then they're having 1 evening event the night before, like a meet and greet. So it's not a huge time commitment. So just on behalf of our ECDEV coordinator, I'm sure she would like the shout out to say, please register and attend.
And the dates
Power
are
Up.
October
Sorry,
5th and
October
6th?
6th and 7th.
6th and 7th.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
October 6th and 7th.
I'm sorry, what was the date?
6th and 7th. of
October
October.
6th, it would be, so October 6th would be the evening event.
Yes.
And then the full conference is just 1 day on the 7th, I believe. That's what I've read.
Oh, that's
Power Up
awesome.
North, correct?
Yeah, and it'll be at the multiplex. Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
Thank
That was
you.
what I wanted to.
okay, thank you for that. Counselor Chisholm?
On June 16th, 7 o'clock, we got the Boyle Library meeting.
Okay, Boyle Library, 7 PM, June 16, sorry. Anybody else? Counselor Stasiak?
I see it's written already, the 17th is the Community Futures AGM, as well as on the 19th is Blue Heron AGM.
Do you have a time?
No, not yet.
Okay.
They're going to email that.
Okay. And you'll be attending, yes?
Yes,
Yes, okay,
both.
okay. And I also have an addition on June 17th at 9 AM. There'll be a CEO meeting with the Village of Boyle and the Town of Athabasca. So I'll send an email out to everyone to let me know if there's any particular topics you would like brought forward to discuss. And I don't have any others that I know of so far. I think everything's there. Yeah. Anybody else? Counselor DeHall? Oh, go ahead. Sure. Counselor Chamzik would like to move that council receive the council meeting calendars as amended. And if we're ready for that, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9 and 0, thank you. We are going to 10.1, which we had a handout here earlier this morning. This is the appointment of inspectors under the Ag Services Board Act. The recommendation here is to appoint Tiana Jacqueline, Shelby Ballard, Ethan Hall, Riley Goopy, and Kira Birchby as inspectors under the Agricultural Service Board Act. Counselor Chamzik, motion to move that recommended motion. Do we have any discussion? All right, Counselor Chamzik would like to move the recommended motion to appoint those folks that we spoke about. All those in favor? Any opposed? Perfect, 9 and 0. Thank you. And I don't think we have any reports on here, so we are at the point of a recess, right?
I was just going to ask if we could have one.
There we go. So, yes, Counselor Kaptanik would like to move that we go into closed session. All those in favor?
You heard it.
Any opposed? We're going into closed. We're going to take a 10-minute recess.